Plato said that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some hermetic too. We need to know Netcher.
All right. Peace. Welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujau, Medew Ma'at. And I'd like to thank anyone who's tuned in at the start. That means you've got the notification. And if any of y'all are familiar with us and in the channel, many times we don't kind of pre-set up a live stream. We just go live. And so really thankful for anybody that's tuned in, but make sure you subscribe and click on the notification bell so that you will be notified. All right. And if you're here now, you probably already a subscriber and you've already clicked the notification, because that's probably the only reason why you're here now. But again, appreciate everyone tuning in and those who will be coming in and hanging out with us tonight. So again, welcome to the Sesh channel. And tonight's, well, the main topic is a couple of things. You know, just want to kind of have a Q&A interaction with the chat, answer any questions that anyone feels that needs to be directed to us, the Sesh. A lot of people that hang out with us in the chat and watch our live streams, you're already familiar with what we are about, what we do. And if you're not, you know, feel free to ask and we'll explain. But yeah, so tonight we just want to kind of have a Q&A, and I wanted to go over a few things. One being the title of tonight's live stream, which is ChatGPT the new expert? And so I'll explain that in a few moments. But I want to go over that and any other things that you all may feel that needs to be addressed. All right. So I want to also welcome on the panel my co-host, Emiket Aku Kinshaya Kinyi. Emiket, you have any greetings for everyone?
Yes. Hotep Abe is a great weekend, and I see we have a few new people in the chat, so just welcome. I'd like to welcome those people, and also the regular residents of the Seshu channel that we see on the chat as well. So welcome.
All right. So it's good. So I'm looking at the chat now, and I see already people are have diving into the topic. So let's just dive right in. Is ChatGPT the new expert? Now let me just give you a very quick backdrop of why that's even the title of tonight's live stream. Now, in case you all who are tuned in now and you don't know, we've taken a long break from YouTube and Facebook, basically social media, period. And that break was over a year and a half. I haven't I didn't even log into Facebook for over a year and a half. YouTube, I still perused through YouTube, but didn't pay attention to anything going on in the so-called conscious community or anything like that. So I was completely unplugged. We were completely unplugged, and so I'm here again now, and we're doing lives, and I think our first live was maybe 3 weeks ago. I want to say, I'm not quite sure, but we started going live again, and in doing so, I've been trying to play catch up, just to kind of catch up and measure the temperature of the conversations that I've been missing for the past almost 2 years, I would say. So I'm just going to round it to 2 years. So I've been trying to, scrub through various different videos on different channels that I'm still subscribed to, and kind of measure the temperature of these conversations, seeing what the topics are, what the subject matter is, and what's being discussed, how it's being discussed, and how people are behaving when they have these discussions as well. So I'm looking at all of that. And when we first went live, now that we're here again, I did my first live stream was basically kind of a rant. I gave my opinion of the state of the conflict community, as I call it, and just express my opinion. Whether people agree with me or not, it was just something that I wanted to share my opinion of it, my assessment of it. And actually looking back, and that was just, like I said, 3 weeks ago, just about 3 weeks ago, maybe. And now I can say that my rant was actually premature, because at the time I did that first live, I didn't have a chance to really catch up. I only perused through a few videos. I looked more so at video titles than to kind of scrub through actual videos that I've missed for the past 2 years. But now, I've had a chance to scrub through more videos and look at things. And I can't watch all videos because that's too time consuming. I don't have time to do that. But I've accumulated more. I've caught up a little bit better. And boy, I'm telling you, my rant was premature, and it's probably good that I didn't wait. And like, if I were to give my opinion now, I would probably be a lot more harsh and straightforward with my opinions, and I'll probably be offending people even more than I probably already have with my rant 3 weeks ago. So it is what it is, and so here we are. So now the backdrop on tonight's title is ChatGPT, the new expert. So as I'm perusing through the videos that I've been missing in the past 2 years, I've noticed now, obviously in those 2 years, OpenAI, they developed ChatGPT and made it available, and so on and so forth. So everyone, got onto the new technology and things like that. ChatGPT 3.0, then 4.0. Now they got 4.0 or whatever the case is. And, all of that good stuff. AI, period. The AI search engines, Bing, and even Adobe's products have AI. Now you got AI artwork, AI video. It's AI galore out there now. And obviously, we're going to deal with AI. But what I didn't know was that people were using ChatGPT as if it is an expert, you know. Now I know people don't say ChatGPT itself is an expert, but people are using it, and it is amazing. Now, I have a background in computers. All my life, I've been into computers ever since junior high school. My first programming language learned was Pascal. So if I say Pascal, and if you all know about computer languages, I'm telling you my age. DOS, Pascal, C, Fortran, C, C++, DBase, all these things. That's, my background in computer science. So science and math are my top passions. It's been that way all my life. So when I look at ChatGPT and the era of AI coming on us, I'm looking at it from a certain perspective. I had some concerns, just like when the internet first came. When the internet first became available to the public, I had some concerns about it. But look at us today. Everybody is using the internet. We're using the internet right now, and the internet, it is what it is. But it came with some issues that I think people took for granted when it first came out and things like that. Just to give you a quick example, so the internet is World Wide Web, the international network, internet. And one of the things that people didn't factor in originally, but it hit you like a ton of bricks, is the fact that now you're crossing states, you're crossing countries, country borders, and things like that. So now you're able to engage people that's under a totally different set of laws, different culture, different language, different morals, and things like that. And so you have to kind of wonder, okay, how do you monitor that? How do you govern that? Something that is illegal, or I should say the other way, something that is legal and accepted in the United States may be illegal in other countries. And you're engaging people in other countries, and on this side, it may be legal to talk about this or to do this or to show this and things, but where they are, it may be illegal, forbidden, banned, or whatever the case is. So that became an issue, So that's just to give an example of a lot of baggage that comes into play with these technologies. So anyway, getting to ChatGPT, I'm watching these videos and I'm seeing people use ChatGPT, but not knowing the strengths and weaknesses of ChatGPT. They're asking ChatGPT questions and I know people, when they first started off using ChatGPT, people was treating it and asking questions or putting in prompts the exact same way they would do into Google search, a search engine, not realizing that it's way more in depth than that you have to really, really construct your prompts very, very precise, very, very, you have to put a lot of thought into the prompts that you're using in ChatGPT. And I've seen this, even when I was on my hiatus, I've when ChatGPT came out, I wasn't on YouTube and Facebook and stuff, but I've seen people deal with it, and I'm looking at the new technology myself and everything like that. So anyway, so fast forwarding, yesterday I was live on the Pseudo Killers channel, and ChatGPT was invoked in conversations and arguments on the Pseudo Killers channel. And now that I'm perusing through videos that I miss, I've also seen it happen. People pulling up ChatGPT, asking prompts, and the answers given becomes the answer for the argument. Like people arguing from results spit out from ChatGPT. So that's what brings me to the question. Is ChatGPT the new expert? And so that's a question. I just want to lay that question out now and get you all's take on just that question. And I'm not saying that people literally said ChatGPT is an expert. I'm sure people can understand what I mean by this question. Should ChatGPT be used in the manner that you all have witnessed it being used? Let me put it that way. Should ChatGPT be used in the manner in which we're witnessing it being used? At least me, I'm seeing these videos and I'm seeing people use it, and I experienced it yesterday, and I'm gonna go into yesterday. So I see. Donnie said no, and peace to everybody who tuned in. Since I've greeted everyone. So I see hallucinations is a problem. I'm thinking Sadiq is saying, speaking about ChatGPT. Yeah, I know that's an issue. Lamar says no. Everything says no. Sadiq says nope, not. So basically, I think everybody's in agreement. Well, I'm not gonna say everybody, but I'm seeing a lot of people that are in agreement with no, that it shouldn't be used. So basically, what I'm getting is ChatGPT right as of right now in what I've seen is being used and abused in on these YouTube streets. Is being used and abused. So so what I want to do, I just want to share some examples of the weaknesses and problems of using ChatGPT in the manner in which I'm seeing it be used, and my personal experience yesterday. Okay, so I've taken interest because I witnessed it firsthand yesterday. Before, I'm just looking at other people's videos, watching people use it, but I'm like, wow, really? So I just want to go through some examples of ChatGPT's strengths and weaknesses. But before I do that, Emicat, do you have anything you want to speak on?
Uh, yeah, first, just to put a disclaimer, this this is not an attack on anybody. you know, um, I would actually say that I know Wujao deals with programming, works on a daily basis. That is part of your job, the tech part of it. I actually also program in code. I use Python. I use JavaScript. I'm a little bit good on PHP as well. And we both will tell you that we use ChatGPT. In fact, we use ChatGPT from the very, very, very beginning. So it's not that all of a sudden we're against ChatGPT because of whatever Java was on the pseudo killers and ChatGPT was used. No, we understand what ChatGPT is, and because we actually work with computers and programming, I think it comes to a point where because how we use it might be different with how other people use it. So for us, it's just be like being on a responsible part of it, where you feel responsible to let people know there are actually good ways of using ChatGPT, and I don't even think if people know, I guess because people, when we talk about ChatGPT, we're talking about the app itself, but the app actually is what we are using to access the interface, an interface with GPT itself, which is an LLM. I'm not sure if everybody knows what an LLM is. That's like a large language model, and this model that we call ChatGPT is trained on a wide uh, vast information data around the internet, basically everything. So how Wujao started off when the internet came about, um, it was like it was something new. Some people were scared of the internet. Some people didn't know how to use the internet. Some people got scammed on the internet. All that kind of. There was a learning curve, And then because with the internet comes the access to information that most people don't know what to do with that information. Now, when we get into AI and all these language learning, large language models that we have Claude, we have GPT, and so forth. When we get to this, it's actually the next level, but in this other level, we're still using the same internet information that we have, but now it accessing it is much easier, but analyzing the kind of information that you're getting is harder. And I'm gonna tell you why it's harder, and it's because large language models are actually created to analyze, to interpret, and actually also to create and communicate with you using natural human language. So now it becomes something that is easily understood by other people. But it being what it is doesn't mean that it is actually the best tool for everything. It is great because it actually is using natural language to communicate with the users, as opposed to how a computer does. That becomes easier, but its main focus is actually really good for things like writing summaries and all, summarizing things like that, and just basic stuff like that. Now, ChatGPT itself, because of the way the model has been created and the algos that it uses, it's actually very weak in other scenarios. And the most two common problematic areas are things to do with math. So GPT itself is actually great for simple math. I can ask it what is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, and it will give me a correct answer. Now, when it goes to complex mathematical operations or just complex reasoning, just regular reasoning, these models are not there yet. They will be there, but they're not there yet. So the reasoning part is lacking. The other part of it that is also lacking is when it comes to giving you factual data, when it comes to things like referencing and things like that. That becomes also problematic. And then also, like somebody mentioned on the chat, hallucination is actually a really 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 problematic thing for us. For these models, it's not, because it's created. The hallucination is like us being imaginative, where we can call it being creative. That's good for us artistically. It is also good for the models. Is actually good because it makes them more creative, which means that it actually gets that natural language even better when communicating with us. So that's why you will see, especially people who want to write blogs and things like that, it can actually, that hallucination part can actually bring part of the creativity into it. But when it comes to things academic and things scientific, hallucination becomes a problem. Now, because most people don't know this kind of stuff, I think I actually just today when we were discussing this, I did kind of try to make some examples that I will show you guys. But I think that Wujao probably will show you his part first, and then I will just let you know with examples where these problems can arise when we use it. And when we use it, obviously we have to apply critical thinking in this sense because of the current level of intelligence that these models actually portray, and also how we are using them as well.
All right, so that's great. All right, all right. I should have had you just start the live stream off with that. So, all right, so let's just jump into the topic. Is ChatGPT the new expert? Now, I will be posting a link in the chat momentarily. I just want to share a few things first, and because I want to keep it orderly. But I want to share a few things first, and then I'm gonna post the link because we all hang out. Saturday night we can hang out and have some very good conversations. Whether we agree, disagree, what have you, it's fine as long as we know how to conduct ourselves. Everybody should be good. All right. So is ChatGPT the new expert? Now, so far I've been seeing the comments. I've been highlighting some of the comments in the chat. And I think the majority of everyone in the chat understands that my question was, should ChatGPT be used the way in which it's being used in the conflict community. And I think people earlier said no, 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 and things like that. So I think that that's the majority. It may not be everyone. All right. So now, just to reiterate, I'm going based off my personal experience, and MEK hit it on the head. I'm not against ChatGPT. I'm not demonizing it. I'm not going live because somebody used ChatGPT against me or none of that. I've been using ChatGPT when it was still in beta. All right. So none of that is true. So don't want anyone to make those assumptions. And if you do, that's just too bad. I'm okay with it. But I just want to make sure that's clear. But now what I want to emphasize is if you use ChatGPT, you have to understand its weaknesses, its strengths and weaknesses. Okay? Because you don't want to jump out the window, jump out the plane with no parachute, trying to argue with people using ChatGPT and trying to weaponize it for your arguments. All right. So I just want to share a few things, right? Where's my window? Okay, so I want to share ChatGPT. So I want to show you all what ChatGPT says about itself. And let me find it real quick here. Here we go. So wait 1 second, I have to make this big because I know you all not going to be able to see it. Yeah, as I thought, you are not going to be able to see that. So you all let me know if it's big enough. That should be big enough. I think that's the biggest I can make it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now this is ChatGPT in real time. All right, and we're gonna do a couple of things, and like I said, I'm gonna open the panel up. I'm gonna put the link into the chat in a second. But let's just go over a few things. So you all can see my prompt. Now, one thing off the bat is that ChatGPT is you have to really, really pay attention to your prompt. You have to really think out and plan out and get your prompt properly worded and properly done and laid out. And then your conversation, your subsequent prompts and everything, all of these things matter. Because I don't know if you all have ever done this, but you can ask ChatGPT in your mind the same question, but ask it a slightly different way, and you may get conflicting results. Not just the results be a little different, but you may have conflicting results spit back out at you. Okay, but in your mind, you're thinking you're asking pretty much the same question. And you can do that. You can open up two separate windows, not in the same chat stream, because you're also training ChatGPT. And I'm not sure everyone's knowledge about ChatGPT or how well you use it or how long you've been using it. So forgive me if I sound like I'm telling you something you already know. But obviously, ChatGPT, especially now with the 4.0, is definitely going to remember your previous prompts and dialogue. It's basically a continuation of a dialogue. And I remember in the beta version when it first came out, it wasn't quite like that. It wasn't like that. And plus, it was limited to a certain time frame. It was very limited when it first came out. But anyway, so this question y'all see on the screen, I typed in, what problems arise when trying to use ChatGPT to make scholarly or scientific arguments and claims? And then ChatGPT says this about itself in its response. It says, using ChatGPT to make scholarly or scientific arguments and claims can present several problems, including, number one, accuracy and reliability. Bullet one, information validity. ChatGPT relies on a data set of text from various sources on the internet, which may include inaccuracies, outdated information, or biases. So that right there, just on the first bullet point, is a problem. It is a problem. Like, you have to be aware of it. You cannot just take ChatGPT's answers and results and then throw them in somebody's face as if what I just read is not true or not possible. All right, so you can't do that. And I've seen people do that. Now, mind you, I don't need anybody to tell me anything. I've seen people do this on YouTube. Okay, I've seen it with my own eyes. All right, people use ChatGPT to look up something or ask a question right there on the spot. Bullet 2, lack of citations. While ChatGPT can generate text that sounds convincing, it does not automatically provide verifiable sources for its claims, making it difficult to assess the reliability of the information. Now, back to bullet 1 real quick. Do you all remember there was a series of commercials that used to come on TV where it was about the internet? I mean, I don't even think the commercial wasn't about the internet, but the commercial was using the internet. In other words, I just remember one that sticks out in my head where basically I think a girl walked out of her house and she made a statement, and the person asked her, well, how do you know? And she said, oh, it's on the internet. And then it was a whole series of that, like different people would make a claim or say something in the commercial, and then they say, oh, it was on the internet. It was on the internet. And then it was like, oh, okay. As if the internet was the litmus. Internet was the end all be all. Do y'all remember those commercials? Y'all tell me in the chat if y'all remember those commercials. Now, I'm not that old now, shoot. But you all you remember those commercials. But anyway, that's what bullet 1 reminds me of. Because ChatGPT is extracting or pulling data that's out there, and the data could be completely inaccurate, outdated, and have biases. So anyway, let's keep going. Number 2, depth and expertise. Bullet 1, surface level knowledge. ChatGPT's responses are based on patterns in the data it was trained on and may lack the depth and nuanced understanding of that a subject matter expert would provide. Okay. Contextual understanding. Complex scientific arguments often require a deep understanding of the context and background, which ChatGPT might not fully grasp. 3, interpretation and misrepresentation. Misrepresentation of data. ChatGPT might misrepresent scientific data or findings, leading to incorrect conclusions. Overgeneralization. It may overgeneralize findings or simply simplify complex concepts, which can be misleading. That it does very well. 4, ethical concerns. Plagiarism. Generating text without proper attribution can lead to issues of plagiarism, especially in academic setting. Bias and misinformation. The model may unintentionally propagate biases present in the training data or disseminate misinformation. Remember, this data model is being trained. All right. 5, outdated information. Scientific knowledge evolves rapidly, and ChatGPT might provide information that is no longer current. Lack of updates. The model's knowledge is static and does not get updated in real time with the latest research findings. 6, a lack of critical thinking. No original thought. ChatGPT does not perform original research. I got to repeat that one. ChatGPT does not perform original research or generate new hypotheses. It can only reiterate what it has been trained on. That is very, very important. Last one, absence of critical analysis. It lacks the ability to critically analyze and evaluate the quality of studies, methodologies, and data. And in summary, these issues highlight the importance of using ChatGPT as a supplementary tool rather than a primary source for scholarly or scientific work. Researchers and students should cross-reference any information provided by ChatGPT with reputable sources and rely on expert judgment for critical evaluations. All right. So let me stop sharing that. So hopefully that seems pretty straightforward and pretty clear with that. Mm-hmm. All right. And I think everybody's on the same page. I mean, did anybody find any problem with what ChatGPT said about itself or even my prompt? And if you have a problem with my prompt, you're actually supporting my point about ChatGPT itself, because you're like, no, would y'all, you need to type the prompt this way, and and by doing that, you would have further proven the issue that I'm raising about ChatGPT itself.
Yeah, and
He says, go ahead.
now we're saying, speaking of prompts, this is one of the things, and I think, you mentioned it, and I saw Kyle also put it on a chat, how a lot of people make a lot of money, creating prompts, and prompts is actually a big business, and there's a reason why. And remember, like every time, like sometimes Wujao would be on a panel. I have heard Wujao, I've definitely heard Arsa say, people ask bad questions, and you always have to help them rephrase their question to make them better and then respond to them. That same problem is what people now have transferred onto ChatGPT as well. And I'm not talking about just research; it's also just other things. Whatever you're doing, whether you're doing your marketing or you're doing your blogging or whatever. That's why there are intelligent people who know how to frame questions good, and they make money out of that using prompts, creating those prompts for you. Because when you ask bad questions, whether you're asking it on ChatGPT or on Claude, or you're asking it on a panel somewhere, then you always are going to get bad answers, or you're not even, it's going to even make it difficult for the person, if it's a live person, to respond to you well or accurately. Now, for the chat GPT, or GPT itself has to respond to you, so it will find patterns within its data set and respond to you. And that's why I think, even when you were mentioning that when it comes to critical thinking, factual data, it lacks. And it lacks because that's not what it's created for, per se. When it's doing that, it's collecting all the information that it's been trained on. And ChatGPT has been trained on just basically all the information on the internet. And GPT-4 has lets you actually access real time, and not just like the older 3.5 or 3 Turbo that would let you have access to information up to 2021. Still, it will act like Google on steroids. So it will collect the information whether right or wrong. Like I said, now it's up to you to actually make sure that that your questions or your prompts are right, and then that the information that has been collected and brought to you by the model, because it's actually trying to find patterns, not necessarily reasoning from what it has gotten, and then then after reasoning, bringing it to you in a correct manner. It will just bring the patterns that it feels that this relate to what you wanted, to the question that you proposed to it, and then it will bring it to you. And because of that, then you have to actually digest that information using critical thinking and fact checking after that.
That's an excellent point, because that's something that I was going to raise as well. And now's a good time. Is the transfer, if you don't ask the right questions, and it's the same thing with computer programming, period. Garbage in, garbage out, as what we would say. Garbage in, garbage out. Even in argument theory and debating, professional debating and arguing, there's a similar saying or standard, that you never acquiesce to a faulty premise, because by acquiescing to a faulty premise, you will be led to a faulty conclusion. That's how we say it in debating. But in computers, it's like garbage in, garbage out. So if you don't have the proper information input to feed in, and it's garbage, then guess what? You're going to get garbage out. So now bring it to social communications and things like that. If you don't know how to ask the right question, if you're interviewing, even if you're interviewing an expert, if you don't formulate the right questions to that expert, you're not going to get a fruitful outcome or explanation or answers from that expert. And so the same things are happening. And so what happens with ChatGPT, you can pretty much type your prompt in such a way to get the answer that you want. And likewise, if you ask questions to people, real people, face to face or online, whatever the case is, you can formulate and design your question to get the response you're looking for. You know, now in a legal setting, in a court of law and legal setting, there's rules against doing that. You know, one side will say objection, leading the witness, or objection, and then the judge will say, I sustain your objection based on form. Can you reword your question, please? See, so these things are kept in check in the proper areas of discipline. So in like I said, in the courtroom or in legal setting, these things are kept in check. In academia, in real debating, not the stuff you see on YouTube, but in actual real debating, these things are kept in check. But where it's not kept in check, which is on these YouTube streets and Facebook and stuff like that, people are abusing and misusing these things, whether it's ChatGPT or whatnot. But I had this comment highlighted. But by the way, I put the link to the panel in the chat. I'm not sure, and I pinned it, so it should be at the top. All right. So I just want to go ahead and post it now if anybody was interested in coming on the panel, and we could just still keep talking. So so Alexis, it said, who was speaking like it's a lot of people making ChatGPT God when it's really one person. I thought that was funny, but in the videos that I've been watching, it's not, you're right, it's not a lot of people, but I'm not watching a lot of different videos. I'm just going to the channels I subscribe to, that I've been subscribed to all this time, and I'm just seeing people use it. I'm seeing more people use it. But you're right, it's not a lot of people, but it's more than one person though. But I thought that was funny that you said it's one person, and we could pretty much guess the one person that you're talking about. And then Tiffany said as well, but should it be generating new hypotheses? See, whether it should or not. See, the issue is understanding what it does and its strengths and weaknesses. What ChatGPT actually does, what it should do or can do. I mean, or should not do and stuff like that. You know, that's a separate issue, but the potential to misuse it arises when people don't know what ChatGPT actually is and does currently, you know, and they may misuse it. So I'm just going down the list, just trying to catch up. But I did post the links just so everyone would know. Miss Tiffany also said, new technology always get a bad rap in the beginning, even a light bulb. Yeah. See, now ChatGPT, it's not getting a bad rap. It's the use of it. Because like I said, we code, like we deal with, API and tap into OpenAI and ChatGPT and the whole thing. Just like with anything, it can be misused. And that's really the issue. And I'm not even saying it's intentional, because a lot of misuse of something is done through, I would say, ignorance of just not knowing what's needed to know about the thing. You can misuse anything. Like people buy a car and misuse it because they don't know everything about the car or whatever the case is, or any gadget, anything. People misuse their phone because they don't know what they need to know about it. I'm just giving those examples. So it could be anything, but the issue is misuse of these things. Let's see. Sheffrin, y'all give bad information and bad answers, and y'all pseudo and prone to lie and be deceptive. So ChatGPT is safer than y'all. Now everyone knows that is definitely not the case. But Sheffrin, you're entitled to that opinion. What else we gonna see? Got Kent. Find the conversation interesting. Adrian, it's definitely not only one person used ChatGPT. Right. That's why I thought it was funny, because I could pretty much guess who he's talking about. We're not saying ChatGPT is garbage are we? No. So no, I'm glad you asked that. So no, let me clarify what I'm saying. The Garbage in, garbage out is a concept. If you feed, like in programming, obviously you have variables and you transmit, you store information inside of variables. You pass those variables inside of some kind of function or class or whatever. If the information you're feeding it is bad, that's what we mean by garbage. If it's bad, then it's only going to process and affect bad information. So anything you requested to spit out is going to be based on bad information. So what I'm saying is that ChatGPT itself, as I just read, it pulls from the internet, and the internet itself, the information it pulls from is not, there's nothing in ChatGPT that's gonna discern whether something is accurate or inaccurate, should be said, should be passed on to you or not. It's gonna collect the good, the bad, the ugly, the bias, the misinformation, all of that. It's gonna pull all of that. And so if you don't know how to prompt it properly by formulating your questions to it, then that could be problematic. And the potential is always there. So hopefully that clarifies what I'm saying about
Yeah.
that.
Before you go to the next question, I think she clarified. Yeah, I'm clear on that. It is just wondering who's feeding in bad info. Um,
Huh?
that's with what you're saying. Miss Stephanie just reclarified on a question on this particular question. So I thought just you might want to tackle it right now. So this is what she said. She's clear on what you're saying. It's
hmm
just she's just wondering who's feeding in bad information.
No, well, like for example, if it pulls from the internet, you have Reddit, you have Quora, you have blog sites, you have all kinds of things. And see, that's slightly, like even with Wikipedia. Prior to ChatGPT, Wikipedia was the king of the block. And Wikipedia, when people first started, y'all have to remember this, and we just got to be real. When people first started using Wikipedia, people were dissing it. They were dissing Wikipedia. But then when everybody understood that Wikipedia is not the end all, and people were misusing it, by the way, they were misusing Wikipedia. But when people started to understand what Wikipedia was and how to use it in a more responsible way, and actually see the Wikipedia articles and go down to the bottom where all the footnotes and resources and references are, and then click on those and then either purchase those books or maybe as a PDF version of those resources that you can actually go and research and check out. That's when Wikipedia, that's when it became more efficient or more effective and everything. So with ChatGPT, the same thing going on. It's pulling from any and everywhere on the internet.
Yeah, actually, a good example is very, very recently, I think as recent as last week. And if you code, you know that you use Stack Overflow a lot, and that is that would be like the Reddit part of for getting coding questions and things like that answered. People help you with a code if it's difficult or whatnot. Now, Stack Overflow has always been, and the people behind it always maintained it was going to be open source. Now, recently, I think they partnered with OpenAI, and which OpenAI was actually going to get also the data from Stack Overflow and then use it for people prompting directly on ChatGPT, right? And because Stack Overflow has been over the years, is people contributing to that particular platform their own coding inputs and things like that, to a point where everybody uses that basically. Now, because of that, because they switched their model, because they always maintained that it was going to be open source, but then now they were going to actually work with OpenAI. So then the users on Stack Overflow got upset, and a lot of users actually started going back to the contributions that they had given in Stack Overflow, and started putting wrong information, because they know that the GPT model was going to actually be trained on whatever is already there against their will, obviously. So trained on the data that they provided in this open source. So they were like, screw it. So we are just going to mess up all this so that this model is just going to get all the wrong information. So that happens a lot because whatever we get from ChatGPT is whatever the information or the data that it has been trained on. It doesn't mean that it was only trained on accurate data. It was trained on everything that's available on the internet, whether right or wrong. And now people have, people are actually voicing or protesting by feeding more wrong information on the internet for the GPT to feed on.
All right. I want just a few things. I see Sosa's in the building. Peace to Sosa. He says ChatGPT is God. Yes, indeed. And then Miss Tiffany. So let me just clarify again. I think I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear enough, and maybe people in the chat, you all can tell me. Nothing that I'm saying is saying don't use the internet, don't use Wikipedia, or don't use ChatGPT. So if I have to say that straight out, if y'all can't, deduce that from the things that I've been saying so far, then I will say it straight out. And I think that sometimes I need to do stuff like that. So I am not saying don't use Wikipedia. I am not saying don't use the internet. I am not saying don't use ChatGPT. What I am saying is if and when you do use these tools, know what you're doing and know the strengths and weaknesses of each of these things. And I'm giving these examples. Like I said, when Wikipedia first came out, people were misusing that. And then people caught on, and even people were dissing people who were using Wikipedia. They're like, oh man, you using Wikipedia as a source and whatever. People were getting chastised for even using Wikipedia at first. Then it became accepted. Then it started being used. People started going down to the footnotes, the superscripted numbers, clicking on it, going down to the bottom, getting all the resources that Wikipedia provides. And that's the meat and potatoes of Wikipedia, getting those sources and actually reading them and using them, So again, I'm not saying that any of this. So hopefully that is clear, because I don't even want people to even kind of joke and think that I'm saying something that I'm not, So just want to make sure that I'm crystal clear on these points.
Because, and go ahead.
Okay, no. So in this comment, Miss Tiffany, so just go old school, go to the library and take the long road to getting your research done. If you have to, yes, the library is always the move to do. But obviously we have technology, we have online libraries, we have online journals, we have, if you are a member of a library, your local library, your library may have access to online information where you don't have to actually travel physically to a library. You can get access to books online and read them online. You could check them out online, read them on your iPad, read them on your tablet and things like that. So it's not about literally the library. It's about knowing how to actually do research and actually checking and vetting sources and knowing what to look for, how to falsify things, how to verify things, how to check behind things, how to gain skills enough to discern the information that you're dealing with. All these things come into play. All right. But there are people who just appeal to authority and consult experts, and whatever the expert says, it must be that way. And that's not real. That's not an effective way to research. That's not an effective researcher, or even scientifically. I know a lot of people want to push scientific literacy, but that's not it. All right. Appealing to authority is a logical fallacy all day, every day. All right. You defer to the experts, defer to authority in fields and things, but you don't appeal to them. You don't use that because an authority says so, it must be true. That's the logical fallacy. And if I need to pull up the logical fallacies, the panel link is there. We can pull up anything that anybody needs us to go over and deal with. So I just want to make sure all those things are clear. Now we got to prove to y'all we understand what ChatGPT is to y'all. It's crazy. All right, so Sheffrin, I'm gonna show you an example of now Sheffrin. I put the link in the chat. You had asked for the link and I put it in there. Now you say you don't want it, and you made up a reason why not. But the link is still there. It's pinned to the top. So I'm gonna show an example from yesterday. I'm gonna show an example from yesterday of of um of how well ChatGPT was used incorrectly. So when on yesterday, when we brought up, or when I brought up Jean-Claude Mboli, and Unc, the brother Unc, wanted to look up, he went to ChatGPT to look up Mboli's information, or whatever the case is, his resume popped up. Then we went and we started discussing linguistic issues and any critiques that Greensburg and his classification system and Mboli and what Mboli did in his work. And if you can recall that I was given a prompt to type into ChatGPT to ask about any criticisms on Mboli's work. ChatGPT spat out some answers without any resources, without any references or anything. But then when I asked ChatGPT for the references it used to spit out that answer, none of those references ever even dealt with Mboli's work at all. And that's problematic. That's misleading and that's problematic. So I'm gonna show it because I still have the chat stream here. So let me see if I can find it real quick.
Okay,
Pull it up.
while you're finding that, I can see on the chat, I think just a couple of people saying this had to do with Mboli, and you trying to defend Mboli. And just to clarify, this is not about defending Mboli, because because everybody knows that some of the things in the first book, Mboli's first book, has been criticized. So that is not the question, whether you're going to defend the criticism or not. It has been criticized, but actually we're just saying ChatGPT didn't actually produce those actually that we know of, actually produce something else, which Wujao is going to show. But the fact is that Mboli's first book has been criticized by a few people, so nobody's trying to not accept that or defend that or anything like that. So yeah, just to be clear.
Yeah, and remember the chat, the link to the panel is pinned to the top of the chat, because I'm looking at different screens, so I may not be caught up with the current comments in the chat. But by all means, you're welcome to come on to the panel. But so I'm going to share my screen, right? And this is from yesterday. I got to take that comment off there. All right, so you all should be able to see it. Let me get back over there. Close that. All right. So this was from yesterday, and it started. So let me go back up. It started here. What was before that? Okay, linguistics. All right, so skipping what is linguistics and the answer it gave for linguistics, it starts here. And this is the time, and the video's up on the Pseudo Killers channel, so anybody can go watch the video. But I'm using it to make a point about ChatGPT. All right. And so I asked ChatGPT, what are the problems with Joseph Greensburg's language classification system as it relates to historical comparative linguistics? Now, mind you all, here it is we're in 2024 right now. We have done many videos on linguistic issues dealing with the African language phyla, the 5 different phyla from Greenberg, the controversy about Afro-Asiatic and all that. We've done many videos on that for years, like going all the way back, I think 8 years ago. So you're talking 8 years of explaining and saying all these different things, right? So yesterday, when it came up to me, because like I said, I've been on a hiatus, I'm shocked to hear, especially Brother Unc, talk about these issues as if we've never done these videos in the past when he himself has been on the panel with us talking about these things. It goes way back. I'm probably shortening it. I'm saying 8 years. It may be even longer than that because we're in 2024 now. So I just asked this question, the prompt: what problems with Joseph Greenberg's language classification system as it relates to historical comparative linguistics? And so it gave me this answer. So I'm not going to read all of these answers, but it listed all of the issues and criticisms and problems with the classification system here. All right. So go to the other video. You all read me if y'all want to hear me read this out. The second question was, do all linguists agree and accept Joseph Greenberg's language classification system? And then it goes on and says no and blah, blah, blah. So it explains all of that. Then the question was asked. Now, mind you, I'm being told what to type in and into ChatGPT to get these answers. Is the Afro-Asiatic language family the consensus in the field of linguistics? It gives the answer, says yes, blah, 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 blah. It gives the answer. Then next question is, has the Afro-Asiatic language phylum been established by the historical comparative linguistic method? It goes on to answer this. Now, this answer right here is vague, but I'm trying to get down to, it talks about the challenges, debates, and things like that. Now we get into Mboli. So I typed this question in: is Negro Egyptian Jean-Claude Mboli, in parentheses, language family accepted in the field of linguistics? And it gives an answer. It says Negro Egyptian language family proposed by Jean-Claude Mboli is not widely accepted in the field of linguistics. And then it goes on. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it goes on. So now it gives this answer. Now, when I asked for it to provide references used to answer the question on Greenberg's classification, it gave me the references it used, right? And we have Lyle Campbell, 1997. We have another Lyle Campbell and co-author with William Poser in 2008, etc. Now, some of these books I have, okay? And see, the difference is, this is where it becomes an issue, because the references that ChatGPT spat out from its answer on Joseph Greenberg's question, these are actual critiques of Joseph Greenberg's classification system. Okay, these are people who actually critiqued his work, critiqued his method, his work, and the whole nine. Now, when it came down to, and it lists quite a few. Now, when it came down to Mboli, I asked the same thing. I said, provide references used to answer the question about Mboli and Negro Egyptian. And it did the same thing. It gave me some references. But now, here's the difference. None of these references that ChatGPT gave actually addressed Mboli's work. None of these authors in any of these books right here actually address Mboli's work at all. None. Zilch. So so what that means is ChatGPT spat out an answer above here, this answer that's above, using references that didn't even deal with Mboli's work at all. And so what ChatGPT did is it generalized and it gave an answer based on Mboli not being in agreement with the current 5 African language phyla. The fact that Mboli is doing something different is what prompted ChatGPT to give the answers it gave in a general sense. So if the current consensus among lay people and people who just know these language phyla in for African languages, you got Afro-Asiatic, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most people are familiar with that. They heard it. They may not know anything about linguistics, but they heard something about those and they'll repeat it. So that's like the popular consensus. If Mboli, or anybody, not even Mboli, if anybody is working on something that's not in alignment with that, or not, just in acceptance of that, ChatGPT is going to automatically say it's not accepted or it's not widely accepted because because what's widely accepted is the popular consensus. And if he's doing something that's not the popular consensus at the time, then that's what ChatGPT is going to say. But what it means is that none of these references actually examined his work. None of these authors examined his work to give a critique. So these are not critiques on his work. It's just not. Now, what makes this an issue, and to clarify, it's not about defending Mboli. Like, you don't defend a man. Like, I've never met Mboli in person or whatever. It's the work that, and this is what I said yesterday as well, along with this whole ChatGPT stuff, is what I'm also shocked with. I'm on the panel, and I'm not gonna put this on all of the panel members, but at least the brother Unk. What I said on the panel, and I made it clear, and I don't know if who agreed with me or who disagreed, is that the scientific, because my understanding is that from the pseudo killers to the community of skeptics channels and stuff like that, scientific literacy is a big issue, is what's being advocated. And I tip my hat to that because scientific literacy is something that I support and advocate myself. So because scientific literacy is being advocated, what I was saying that actual scientifically literate people and scientifically conscious people who do investigation and research know better to not form an opinion about any research work or what have you without actually examining and investigating the work itself. And Unk disagreed. And that was shocking because it's like, I don't have to read it. So my whole point at that point was, don't give an opinion, or how can you form an opinion about something that you didn't even check out? To me, that's very, very foundational and basic. That's basic. We learned that in grade school, but we learned it in a way of don't judge a book by its cover. That's a basic elementary saying. So if you're going to give an opinion about somebody's work, you have to actually investigate and examine the work. That only makes sense. And so back to this ChatGPT issue here is that none of these authors ever even claimed to examine Mboli's work. And none of these resources here addresses Mboli's work, but yet it's used to spit out an answer. So that's one of the weaknesses. Now, had I not asked ChatGPT to give me the resources and we only read the response it gave, which is up here, right here, it says Negro language family proposed by John Clone Mboli is not widely accepted in the field of linguistics. Mboli's work, which aims to demonstrate a genetic relationship between Egyptian and a broad array of sub-Saharan African language, has been met with skepticism, blah, blah. All this right here would have been taken as fact. As Sosa said, ChatGPT is God. And when God speaks, everybody listens. So if we would have just end here, everybody would have taken this as if this was law. Not knowing that everything that's read up here is just whatever ChatGPT gathered off the internet. None of these sources here, references here, actually examine Mboli's work. And if you were a researcher, if you were a person that's doing research and investigating a research question, and you're sharing your research and your findings, you're testing hypotheses, you're creating hypotheses, you're testing them, and you're getting the outcome of those tests and things like that, and you formulate theories about whatever it is that you're doing, and you publish that, wouldn't you, at the very least, want people to critique your actual work before they come up with an opinion? This is just basic. Anything else is not really scientific. It's not real scientific literacy. So that's why I'm bringing this part of this up, because it's shocking. People who claim to be scientifically literate, people who claim to promote scientific literacy, seems to have a problem with a very fundamental statement of, before formulating an opinion about somebody's work, research work, investigate and analyze and examine the work first. That's very simple and basic. Basic. Anything else is just not science, not scientifically. So either it's either or. Either people are playing like they're scientifically literate, playing like they're advocating something when it's really not. And I'm not gonna put that on anybody, but this is the reality that's on the ground, and this is what must have to happen for anything. And we could take Emboli out the picture. This goes for anything. This goes for any research out there that's published and put out there in the public domain to be critiqued, to be criticized. And I know every last person in this chat, if you were to work on something and to investigate something and publish it for critique, the last thing you would want is somebody to make up their mind about what you did without even checking it out. That's crazy. I'm not built, and I said this yesterday, I'm not built for that. I'm not built like that, and I don't come from that. And I come from a math and scientific background. My entire life has been that. You gonna say something?
Oh, no, no, no. I was just saying. Sorry. But just with what you were saying, somebody said because when it produces this kind of errors, I think both Sosa and Miss Tiffany did say that then you just prompt it to give you the right information, and that is correct. Because like we said in the beginning, everything that you do with ChatGPT at this point, and that's why it is available. There is a free version because we are literally training the model. So when it produces this kind of errors, and then obviously you don't want to not use it because it gave you an error. So you have to note that that there is an error, and ChatGPT will do its best to try to fix that error. Usually it will apologize. It will be like, I apologize, it do that Anita Baker thing and be like, I'm sorry. And then it will try to give you the right answer. Sometimes you might actually be, you have to go through 10 different prompts just to get it to do the right thing, obviously, because even after apologizing like Anita Baker, he will still go on and give you the incorrect information again, but
But
that's
see,
just part of.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's what you're saying is the very reason why I'm bringing these issues forward, and I think that people are right now. See, people. There was a comment. I lost the comment. There was a comment of like implying that I'm defending Emboli, but what I'm seeing in the chat though is people are defending ChatGPT and don't need to because I'm not attacking ChatGPT. What I am pointing out is simply this, that, and for example, what I'm still showing on the screen, if people don't know how to use it, so let's just say, for instance, I asked ChatGPT the questions that I asked that y'all saw on the screen, right? Whether it was about Greenberg or whether it was about Emboli, that doesn't matter. You could put anybody's name there, but in this real example, I asked the questions I asked. Now, let's say I stopped there. Let's say I didn't know any better, and I did not ask ChatGPT to provide the references it used, so I can therefore, and then after that, go check out these references. Let's just say I didn't do that, and I just took the answer it gave and stopped there. That's what a lot of people do. I'm not saying everybody does that, but that's what a lot of people do. I've seen it myself. In the short time that I've been cruising through these YouTube streets, I've been seeing, and it's not even just people in the conflict community either. I see people do this. So I'm just simply pointing out that these are things that people need to have in their mind and need to be mindful of. And some people are simply not mindful of because still using this as an example, I'm familiar with these authors here. Matter of fact, Look at this right here. Mboli published his book in 2010. So how is it ever possible that Paul Newman can write something in 1995 that speaks to Mboli's work? That's an impossibility. Christopher Ehret, same thing. So these people never even in 2001, Christopher Ehret was not trying to critique Mboli's work because there was no Mboli's work to critique. And all I'm saying is that if people don't know how to use it and then get this information and then even after that check out these things, because this is what I see people do as well. People will do what I just did and ask for the references, but then they'll stop there. They'll see the list and have a list, and because it's a list, just for the sake of it having a list, then that's okay. But they won't go and actually pull the resources themselves and read and investigate and examine, because a lot of people, and it's not an attack on any one person or people. It's just the way things have become, that a lot of people are microwaving research. They're microwaving things. They want the fast way out, and it's a lot of laziness going on. Now, these tools make it very convenient and very efficient. You get things done faster, but you can't succumb to the shortcuts and not actually fulfill all the research requirements. You can't cut that short. You could be more efficient at it, but you can't cut things out of the research process. You have to check out these sources. Especially if you're going to try to argue, if you're going to try to raise your head up and argue something and make a claim and get yourself out there to argue a point or a premise or an issue or whatever the case is. If you're going to start doing that, then you better check out all these resources and things. You have to do more work. But if you're just in it to listen as a spectator in various different conversations, but you're not really motivated to really look at it, investigate. You just like hearing information, stuff like that. Then hey, that's perfectly fine. You might not even need to open any of these books or whatever, because it's not an issue for you. It's not something that you're gonna try to advocate and get on YouTube and go live and argue. That's cool, because a lot of people have opinions, uninformed opinions. But as long as you're not out there trying to debate on an uninformed opinion, then you don't affect anything. So it's all good. So I just want people to understand that you don't have to be in this chat defending ChatGPT. I'm not attacking ChatGPT. I'm just reminding people and making people aware that if you use ChatGPT, be it Wikipedia, even the library, or even live experts that you're interviewing in real time, just know what you need to know to do it effectively and correctly.
Yes, basically what you're saying is that it's not going to it's not a replace whatever it is that you're lacking without ChatGPT when it comes to this kind of stuff. It is not going to help you with that. You have to have those skills and then just transfer it to this other medium. And I know that everybody was talking about examples and whatnot. You showed examples, but I would like actually to show just basic examples, just so people really, really understand what we're trying to say. Because I think this is actually a really, really good it's I think it's the right time to actually have this kind of discussion, and I hope that other people will probably have this discussion as well, and maybe even how let people know how to go over this kind of stuff with ChatGPT and whatnot, and how they use it. Like, share your experience on how you use it, the best way to use it and whatnot, so that we don't have other people use it wrong, because once we put it out there that we are using it, then everybody else is going to be using it, and we just have to make sure that everybody's using it right. So I don't know if you have my screen, so I can share and just walk people through just some of the basic stuff that we were talking about.
Is there?
Okay, good. So so here I have one of the prompts that I gave ChatGPT. So remember when we first started, I talked about the math part.
Can you hit
ChatGPT itself.
command plus just to make it bigger?
Okay, again.
Yeah, I'm saying bigger so people can see. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, good. Okay. So remember when we started out, we were talking about what the model is, what it's created for, and then what the best ways to use it, and what it is not really at this juncture. We're talking about at this juncture because in the future, it gets better and better through our training and all of that. So, but at this juncture, what it is really not capable of doing or will screw you up when you try to do it, use it for those instances. So, basic math, that is fine. But when it comes to, just complex math and reasoning, like I said before, it fails completely because it's a language model. It is actually created to talk to us as opposed to how computers talk to us using natural human language. And that's why it is really, really great for a lot of things like marketing and blogs and whatnot and summarizing things of that nature. So, but factual stuff is still problematic. And that's where we kind of just emphasizing on, having a keen eye on that. So here I gave it just a simple this math here. This is not a simple math. If I gave it a 1 plus 2, 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, it would be able to give me the right answer. But when it comes to stuff like this, it breaks down. So here it gives me a sum and what it comes up with, and it's pretty good. And one of the things you have to know about ChatGPT, let me just say it before we continue, is that ChatGPT it can and most of the time can be confidently wrong. It's good to be wrong and confidently wrong, but it is confidently wrong. It will give you the answer in confidence, even though it is, with error. So, and that's why a lot of people, don't know how, if what they're getting is right or wrong. But in this case, this addition here, the sum of the sum that ChatGPT came up with is incorrect. Now here I can tell it that is incorrect, and then it will continue to most of the time I tried with this particular one, it gave me wrong, kept giving me wrong answers. Like I say, it keeps apologizing and giving me the wrong answer. But I gave it these figures here and it gave me the wrong sum. Now I have another window here where I did prompt it with the same, exactly the same figures, same prompt, and then it gave me another answer, another wrong answer. So you have 30 million here. Here you have 32 million. So in these kind of instances, ChatGPT really, really is not up to par for this kind of stuff. So this is just showing you that you can, and most of the time with this kind of stuff, you will get errors. So obviously that's why I know somebody say ChatGPT is God. Over in this kind of thing, it's like a God with errors. Anyway,
Wait, but hold up. God don't make mistakes. And read the
right.
read the very bottom of your screen.
Here we say don't.
No, very bottom.
Oh, I think it is actually hidden, so you can read it for me because I have some the restream thing on top of it.
Oh, the restraint. It says ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info.
All right.
So ChatGPT makes its own disclaimer. If ChatGPT is God, then God makes mistakes. God is admitting that it makes mistakes. Now I know that Sosa's just playing around with that, but
Yeah.
at the oh, Sosa said that's Satan's words at the bottom. I know he's joking, but no, but that's the emphasis, and see, and me going live and titling this and saying it's ChatGPT expert. I already know that the people are gonna comment and feel like they need to defend ChatGPT. So everything that Sheffrin is saying, you like, it's totally expected. And I'm seeing other comments where there's a sense of trying to defend ChatGPT because I know people are gonna think that by me talking about ChatGPT that I'm attacking it. And when you talk about something, it doesn't default to mean that you are attacking it. And all I'm saying is that people need to be responsible. And where's that other comment? Sadiq made a good comment. It was a good point, and I lost it, but I'll summarize it. Yeah, here it is. He says, if you do not have a solid foundation before you ask the question, you cannot recognize when it's wrong. That is very
Yep,
important. And and
absolutely.
and and what I've noticed it now, I'm not directing this to any one individual, but what I have noticed in since ChatGPT has been out and how it's being used, that people actually think ChatGPT automatically puts their research abilities or what have you on steroids. Like, and it's not that. You already have to have a competency in research methodology. You have to know how to research. You have to know what it takes. You have to know the requirements. You have to know how to discern, how to vet sources and resources and references and things like that. You already have to know and be grounded in that. And then ChatGPT can be a very useful, effective tool. But if people are using ChatGPT to replace grounding themselves in those fundamentals, it's like anything, like in sports, in boxing or basketball, whatever, you have to learn the fundamentals. You have to learn how to dribble the ball with your left hand and your right hand. If you're right-handed, you got to learn how to dribble with your left hand too. In boxing, you got to know how to throw a jab, throw a hook. You got to do all these other fundamentals to everything. And you have to get grounded in them, then move forward or whatever the case is. And so I just want to point that out. That's a excellent comment and point, that I have witnessed people who bypass the grounding and knowing the requirements of research and things like that, and then these tools pop up, this technology comes about, and then they dive into it without being grounded themselves first, and they don't know when they're making mistakes. And I'll give another example, but I think MK, you had some more to say. I'm gonna give a different example
Yeah.
again.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, you really have to have that foundation, and like I said, for me using ChatGPT, I use it a lot because I code, so I do a lot of coding and things like that. When it first came out, and obviously, GPT-4 is a little bit better, but it's we're still working with it with understanding its capabilities and what it cannot do. But even when we first started out, because you have to be careful of when it spits the information back to you and you realize that something is wrong, and things like that. That's when I was like, okay, because when it first came out, I was like, man, this is great, because I was asking just mundane stuff and he was giving me all this information. I'm like, this is really good. But then now when it comes to when the rubber hits the road, and you're like working on the things that you're working on, that is part of your job, and it's giving you errors, then you're like, okay, now I understand. I just can't sit here all comfortable. I gotta use ChatGPT as an assistant, and as an assistant, you have to monitor your assistant. Basically, whatever you work at, you always have to monitor your assistant. So I use, so you have that's the kind of approach that I take with ChatGPT. Whatever it gives me, we arguing. If it's wrong, I got it. And you have to know when it's wrong, and it helps a lot when you have that foundation. Now, on this other part here, so that was the math part. So we know. So that, just so y'all know, and you can use those examples in your free time and just test ChatGPT out, so that how to be a little bit vigilant when it comes to the math part. Now, on this other part here, I was just asking regular questions. So I asked ChatGPT, I'm interested in learning Kiswahili and was hoping to find a comprehensive grammar book to aid my studies. What book do you recommend on Kiswahili grammar? So this is because now I know that ChatGPT has to use the data that it has, which is basically what I would have to go through Google or Yahoo or whatever other search engine to find myself and sieve through all that. But because we don't want to sieve through all the information in the search engine, we use ChatGPT, obviously. So it just condenses all those information, summarizes it, and brings it back to us. And that's great. So I ask it that so that it can give me whatever it can find out there. And then I look through it. So then he gave me these. He says, for learning Kiswahili grammar, one highly recommended book is Swahili Grammar and Workbook by Katrina Daly Thompson. It provides a thorough introduction to Kiswahili grammar with clear explanations, examples, and exercises to reinforce your understanding, blah, 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 blah. And then he also gave me another Kiswahili book, and this is the title here, and then also gave me that. Now, obviously, I'm not going to stop there. Obviously, at this point, I have to go find these books. Now, when I looked for this particular book, I already actually have this book. So I already knew that this was different. So I was kind of a little bit surprised because I thought, oh, maybe there's another Swahili grammar and workbook out there. So, but when I looked for it, it wasn't there. So this is what prompted me to come back and ask for the publisher. So I asked, who are the publishers of the two books you've recommended? And then he told me Swahili Grammar and Workbook by Katrina Daly Thompson is published by Routledge, a well-known academic publisher. Very confident right there. And then he gave me this other one that is published by this particular University of Wisconsin Press. So this here, it gave me the right publisher, but still the book is actually a title. It gave me the right title, but it gave me the wrong author and the right publisher. So obviously I'm not going to find that book. The second one is actually correct. Now I actually, because I actually need to figure out if it's messing up the author part, because I have this book, Swahili Grammar and Workbook, and I have it also from this publisher. And I know that publishers will not publish the same title book with different authors. That will not help them at all. So I had to kind of figure it out. Now it says, so I asked, what is the publication year for each book you've provided? And so he gave me, for that particular book that I think he messed it up, he gave me that and the right publication. So I already know that ChatGPT is not giving me the right information, and I understand why. Because if you notice what I said before, ChatGPT is not really great for reasoning and analyzing information and then bringing it back to you. What it does is, from your prompt, it looks at the patterns in your prompts, and then it goes into its data pool that it learned from, and then tries to matches those patterns and then bring back to you what it thinks are what the patterns match with your prompt. So when I looked into this book does exist. This author does exist, but in a different Swahili book and paper. But then, so what ChatGPT is doing here is that it's finding patterns for the book. It finds this book has something to do with Kiswahili. It finds this author has something to do with Kiswahili as well. And this is where it messed up. Obviously, ChatGPT is not always wrong. So this part here is also right. Now, I tested it again. I did like I did with the numbers, asked the same question, got the response. Now here, I'm still getting the same book, Swahili Grammar and Workbook, but now it's switched again to a different author. So I hope you guys are noticing the patterns here, so that you understand that ChatGPT is working with patterns. It lacks in reasoning and critical thinking. All it does is what you do on Google search engines is what ChatGPT will do for you, but then it communicates with you in a natural language, which you might mistake for it actually critically thinking and then giving you the information that it has critically thought over and then produced its own take on it. But that's not what it's doing. It's just that it's bringing it to you and communicating it with you like a human does. But then it's bringing patterns that it has gotten over the internet. So that's why it's up to you to actually do the due diligence after that. So that's just my second example on that. Now, so we did the math, we did this, and this actually helps really for people to understand how behind under the hood how that the large language model actually works, and then it helps you to actually use it correctly. And I hope everybody's getting it at this point. Now on this other part here, I think this will kind of match with what Ujao was talking about. So I asked it. So the point is, we use it to write essays, which is also great. Just like bloggers, we use it to write posts and things like that, articles and whatnot, which is great. So I asked it here to compose a short summary on how the Nile shaped ancient Egypt, and then cite 10 references from 2013 to 2024. So I have like a 10, 11 year, update on that. So then it did write excellently, a good summary for this short summary that I would like to have on how the Nile shaped the ancient Egypt. And that is great. And this is what ChatGPT is really, really good for, because it is like an intelligent human. It talks to you like a human, not like a computer would do, like we're normally used to. So then he gave me the references, and now here is where now we have problems again. So the first two, I went through the first three. I haven't gone through the others because there was no time for that already, and these were already messed up as it is. So the references for it getting the summaries also were messed up. So this author does exist, but is not attached to this. This other author in the second references exists, and this other article exists, but not this author and this article are not, don't belong together. So this this part here, the references that he's mentioning is done by somebody else, completely different. I think it was a Yannick or something like that. Now the third one here, this one, I think I found this author. I didn't find the first two authors because it gave me it's a contribution by three authors according to ChatGPT. So the third author does exist. I don't know about the two authors here because it gives me the last names. These are this whole paper or article, whatever that ChatGPT referenced to get my summary from, does not exist at all. And I'm leaving this on the screen so everybody can test it out later. Where this article is supposed to be coming from, the annual review of anthropology 43 does exist, but has nothing of this. So I will just, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's this one here. And let me see if I can make it bigger too. So that's the annual review of anthropology, volume 43, and that is from 2014. So, and that is correct here, it's 2014. And then it says pages 17 to 33. So if we go back to that, and we just go through all this, we're not going to find that article and pages. Here goes from pages 15 to 25. So we don't even have that. That's called a conversation with Paul Frederick. And if we scroll through, I'm going to scroll through this slowly. Just remember that the title for this is On the Nile, Dams, Boundaries, and the Return of the State. And so if we go back to that, if we start from the top, from here, on the Nile, trying to look for on the Nile, something, something, on the Nile, there was the riparian land. It's not there. It's not there. Right. So and it should be actually on this page here. What did it say? Let me see. Pages 17 to 33. Sorry. It was this right up here. So it's not there. But all this information, but notice that it's giving me things that are there. Sometimes some things are not there, but it's mostly giving me things that are there, but it's just mismatching things all over the place. And that is because, again, that's how the model is actually created to work. It will be looking for patterns. So that's why you have to know what its strengths are, what its limitations are, and then use it appropriately, knowing all that. So yeah, so that's it basically.
All right, all right. So, in summary, you just demonstrated what the bottom of ChatGPT says. It says ChatGPT can make mistakes, check important info, and that's the emphasis. And so that's the emphasis. But what I noticed again, in talking about ChatGPT, the defense mechanism coming up. Let me welcome Monica onto the panel. Don't want to
Hotep,
leave her out. Hotep, how you doing, Mo?
all is well. Hey, Cat.
Oh, it's a whoop whoop.
Yeah, I I just joined in so I can listen versus be in the chat because I was
Oh,
getting
okay.
distracted.
Oh,
No,
okay, appreciate it. Haven't
yeah,
haven't seen you haven't seen or heard from you in a long time, so it's good to hear your voice, and I see you busy as ever, so that's all good.
yeah. I just took a little mini little mini break so I can break away from some stuff. But yeah, I like the conversation on Chat GPT. Now I was gonna ask you, have you ever used it with, and I think I got the wrong, I was trying to hurry up and jump on my site. Um it's a it's like a um it kind of narrows down. Hold on, let me see if I can see it on my phone.
You still there? Oh, she looking for something. All right, I'm just gonna keep. Let me know when you find what you're looking for. I just want to make a couple of comments though. So the issue here is, I don't think people need to have their backs up and defend ChatGPT. And it's crazy because I'm observing, right? I'm observing, the videos that I've been catching up on, and I'm observing the comments in the chat about what we're talking about ChatGPT, and I'm seeing that the people that are, I guess, a little giving pushback. See, this is not even something that should be pushed back on. If anything, people should understand and say, yeah, ChatGPT at the bottom of it, it says it can make mistakes. It has its own disclaimer. And yes, we shouldn't, nobody should abuse ChatGPT. And yes, people should know how to operate whatever machinery, be it a technological tool, an online issue, an app, or actual tangible tool. Like, these are just basic fundamental things that everybody should be on the same page with. If you're going to use ChatGPT, use it effectively, use it responsibly. ChatGPT, like other tools and things like that, it has its strengths and weaknesses. So the only messaging here is to be aware of those strengths and weaknesses. And as long as you're aware of it, then I'm sure people are capable of navigating and dodging the weaknesses. Period. I mean, that's just the bottom line. So, and here's the thing. It goes with any tool. And so what I was going to show an example, but I don't want to, be long on that point. But another example is another tool like dictionaries, and the things that I deal with is the ancient Egyptian language, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody knows that, and I've seen people misuse Egyptian dictionaries. And the people that I've seen misuse these dictionaries are people who are not grounded in the fundamentals. And I'm going to keep saying that. People are not grounded. Like, even with ChatGPT, just research, period. If you're not grounded in proper research methodology, then any tool that you try to use, any advance in technologies regarding research, if you're not grounded in the research methodologies themselves, then you picking up a tool is just going to make you a faster, poor researcher. If you're not already on point and competent in research methods, then grabbing a tool is just going to speed up that incompetency. And so the same thing that I see when people use Egyptian dictionaries, for example, I'm just using this as an example. People who are not grounded in the fundamentals of the Egyptian writing system and the language, they misuse the dictionaries. They don't know that they're making mistakes with these dictionaries. So I'm going to show an example, and then Mo, if you found what you found, I'll give it back to you. But let me just share this example real quick, because I want people to understand what I'm saying. This example right here. So just as this example, so I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna give y'all a real example of what I'm talking about that happens all the time. So to explain what I mean, so right now I'm sharing an Egyptian dictionary, and I encourage people, if you're going to deal with the Egyptian language and things like that, get all the dictionaries you can. Don't rely on any one dictionary. Get them all if you can. Get all that you can. And if you need some, you can definitely contact me, because I think I have them all. um, but just to give you an example, all right, of not having the fundamentals under your belt, but then using tools without that fundamental knowledge and skill set. So I'm going to show you something. So there's some fundamentals in the writing system of the Egyptian language. All right, the hieroglyphic writing script and system. All right, everybody knows about the glyphs themselves. The glyphs themselves, all of the glyphs, every single glyph that you see is a pictograph by nature. Is a picture of something, whether it's natural flora or fauna or man-made objects. It is an image of something. All right, and I think somebody else came in on the panel. Peace to Sosa. Let me just finish up and I'll pass the mic around. So all of the Egyptian glyphs are images of something. All right. Now, out of all the glyphs, out of the entire inventory of the glyphs, these glyphs can function in one of three different ways when they're used inside of a word. I'm going to repeat that. The glyphs can be used or function in one of three different ways when they're used inside of a word. Only one at a time. They only function as one, have one function at a time. So when you see a glyph, so for example, this word on here, or these words here, this is random. I just scrolled and just stopped. Okay. I want y'all to see this first glyph right here. This first glyph is Gardner code M8. All right. It's a plant thicket that's sticking out here. You see this here. This is plant. So the category M deals with plants and vegetation. All right. So that's what the image is of. But the way that this is used inside of this word right here, it only functions for its phonographic aspect, meaning it represents consonants. It's not being represented for the image that it is. So this glyph here has a sh sound, like the sh in the word shoe or shovel. Okay, this glyph right here represents the sh sound, and so you see it here. This is sheker, the word sheker, and it means a chest, a coffer. Now, what I'm pointing out is the mistake, and this is just one mistake, one of the many mistakes I see people make. People will look at the glyphs and they will think that the word has to do with the actual glyph of what it is. But notice, this is a plant. And this word has different glyphs in it, but this first glyph is a plant. What this word actually means has nothing to do with plants. It's a chest or coffer. This one here, shekri, which is a basket. This one here, shekeresh, a sea people. This is a group of people, sea people. But here we have a plant and a vulture. Plant and vulture, plant and vulture, plant and vulture. So my point is, without the fundamentals, so without knowing that these glyphs function in one of three different ways and knowing which way it is, you're prone to make many mistakes. And I've seen people do that as recent as yesterday. They make mistakes. And my point here is that people will try to use tools, because this dictionary that I have open right here, this is a tool. This is a very helpful tool. But if you don't know how to use the tool, one, or two, you don't have the fundamentals under your belt before using the tool, you are opening yourselves up to make mistakes. And 9 times out of 10, you are going to make mistakes. And I see it all the time. I've been dealing with this. I've been teaching the language for over 10 years. I've been having discussions about the language for equal amount of time, and I've seen this time and time and time again. And it's fixable, but it happens. And so I'm just giving you an example with this, and the same thing that I'm saying is happening, can happen with anything, any tool. And so tonight I'm just bringing up ChatGPT because that is a tool as well, and I'm seeing people already misuse it. I'm seeing people misuse it. If it's not you in the chat, if you feel like you're not misusing ChatGPT, then my hat is off to you. There's no need to be defensive. There's no need to be offended, because it's an issue of, if the shoe fits, then strap it up. Because there are people who do know how to use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is great for formatting and summarizing things that you feed it or whatever. But then there's a limitation to it that we already discussed. And if you don't know its strengths and weaknesses, you may get caught up and misuse it. Just like people misuse Egyptian dictionaries, just like people misuse even articles. And I'm sure everybody in the chat has at least witnessed at least one time. If you've been hanging out on these YouTube streets for any length of time, I'm sure that everybody has witnessed at least somebody misusing a reference, misusing a source. And how is it worded on YouTube street? Your source kills you. Your own source daggers you. Your own source kills you. Your own source daggers you. I'm sure people have seen people misuse journals, misuse references, misuse sources, thinking they're saying something that is really not saying, and so on and so forth. So I don't want anybody in chat to act like none of this stuff happens. And I don't want people in the chat to feel like you got to be defensive and whatnot. We're grown here. We should be able to have a productive and fruitful conversation about all of these issues without the conflict community's drama and shenanigans. So it is just very helpful that if everybody says, okay, well, yeah, and agree that none of these things should be, like, all these things should be used properly. I think everybody can agree with that. All these tools should be used effectively and properly. That's it. So Mo and then Sosa, because Mo, I think you were about to share something.
Well, you hit the hammer on the nail. Boop. I mean, no rebuttal from me on any of your comments. No, I was just gonna share that. I mean, nothing different than what you've already said, and that is, you could use it to help shape and guide whatever research you're trying to do, or whatever information or content you're trying to expound on, to give you more ideas, or just maybe give you a different perspective. But to take it at face value and not um, go through the information and make sure it's correct, yeah, you're definitely setting yourself up for failure if you're not taking what it gives you and then going and check it out before you try to use it in some particular context.
Yeah. Well, and see, I'm stressing. I mean, I think it should be stressed even more if people are going to
Yeah.
present themselves to argue, because arguing and advocating a claim is another layer. Like, if people are just gonna sit back and whatever, then it's no harm, no foul.
Right. I
You
used
know.
it. I used it the other day to I didn't know how to calculate consumer price index. Right. I didn't know
Hmm.
how to get. I didn't know how to communicate that I needed to change my prices due to inflation because I didn't know the calculation.
Uh-huh.
So I said, let me try this in Chat GPT. So I put it in there. I was like, calculate my price from 2019 and what would it be in 2024 using consumer price index. And it said, well, I can't do that unless you give me 2020, 21, 22, 23, right? And I was like, oh, okay. So it told me what to ask. So I came back and I rephrased it, and I put a price to it. I gave it a number, and then it calculated it out. I was like, oh yes, that's what I've been looking for, right? But I had, that's different, of course, than trying to rebuttal a research problem, right? I was trying to
Mm-hmm.
get
Mm-hmm.
calculations that I didn't know, and it kind of spelled it out because none of the agencies would help me determine how to price a product or service the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I was gonna just share. Like, so sometimes you can put some date, you can get something from it that could be useful, and then
Right.
as you all stated before, using the proper methodology though, but you could get something that it could really throw me off. So the first time he gave me an example, but it didn't use um my actual price. So I had to come back, and then I had to give it a price so that it can actually spell it all out for me. But now I understand how to calculate
Mm-hmm.
or to determine your products and services using the Department of Labor Consumer Price Index, which is a CPI. And I know that's totally different than what y'all talk about all the time, but I always come in on the money side.
Nah, hey, money makes the world go around. So, nah,
Yeah.
and in fact, I do want to say, ChatGPT has definitely opened the doors, or OpenAI, the company and everything, has definitely opened a lot of doors for people to make money and do a lot of things, especially with social media, advertising, marketing. ChatGPT is forking out a lot of different things for people. It's helping people in that regards and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if you was probably because see, like I said, a lot of people like I know a lot of people that when ChatGPT first came out, they're like, "What is this? What's going on?" And they hitting the curve a little late, and so I try to explain what it is, how to use it, and stuff like that. So I know it can be confusing, and so I'm speaking from experience of how because a lot of people that I've run into, whether I know them professionally or whatever the case is, who are just getting on board with ChatGPT, the first thing that I notice that people are inclined to do, they treat ChatGPT like a search engine.
It's Bible. Yeah. Yeah, like a search engine. Yeah.
That's the first wave of how people use ChatGPT from my experience. Like that's the first thing they the same kind of thing you would put in the Google search bar is pretty much how they would do ChatGPT. But then when you explain to them about prompts and about role play, how you can tell ChatGPT to take on the persona of a movie director and tell it to do X, Y, and Z and this, that, and the other. That's where you start to harness more of the benefits of ChatGPT. So I've been
Yep.
dealing with people on that. So I'm speaking from firsthand basis about the strengths and weaknesses of ChatGPT. But I've seen people misuse it, and I'm not saying they intentionally do it. It just happens. But I just found it weird to see that it's used in the manner that I've been seeing on some of these live streams,
Yeah.
and in terms of debating, like arguing and stuff, and that was a little bit weird to me, and I didn't know that was going on, but so that's what prompted me tonight to be like, all right, well, listen, if people are going to do it, then be mindful of dot dot dot, and that's what this is all about. Be mindful of XYZ.
Yeah,
I had a.
actually,
Oh, go
uh,
ahead.
no, real quick, because I don't want to take your time. I know y'all been here for a while, but no, with what y'all mentioned, I remember before we took the break, this is not Ankh, so I don't want people to think we're talking about Ankh or nothing. What I saw, it wasn't on Ankh's channel, it wasn't on Pseudo Killer's channel or whatever. So just put a disclaimer there. I saw on one of somebody else's live, and on one of their chats, they were actually obviously they didn't mean to show it, but it was prompting ChatGPT on a particular debate on how to go about a particular debate. And this is, that was crazy to me. I was like, is that what people are using ChatGPT for?
That that's
That
funny.
was crazy.
I I do the scholarship every year, and we had students. This recently, the students used ChatGPT. We knew to use it. We took the whole paper, put it in. I was like, this show don't sound like a high school student. Like I said, wait a minute, they're a bit too politically correct going on. These words that they're using, there's no way too scientific. And so we ran it through a plagiarism check and ran it through, and it just came back red, 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 red. But so we contacted the students and said, hey, we know you're using the tools out there, but we would like you to be a little bit more personable, and tell us your feelings and your career paths. It was crazy. And it was like, how did you know? Oh, come on. We're career professionals. Of course we know. Like you should know too, because if you're going into a college atmosphere and you think you're going to just use AI and your professor not know the difference, you will get yourself caught up.
Yeah. Sosa, want to open the mic up to you. Peace to you. If you're there. Sosa probably fell asleep.
Yeah, yeah. Peace,
Oh,
peace.
okay.
Can you
Yeah,
hear
yep,
me?
yep.
Yeah, yeah. I thought yeah, yeah. Appreciate you following through the show and whatnot. I thought it was a pretty good dialogue. You know what I mean? I thought even with the Chat GPT, y'all both y'all got some good points in there, and you know what
You
I
talking
mean?
about
I think
yesterday's?
we got a lot of
Yesterday? Or you talking about yesterday? Okay.
yeah, yeah. I think we got a lot of clarity. You know what I'm saying?
But now since you here, let me.
So overall,
Oh,
I thought the
I'm sorry.
conversation
Go
was
ahead.
pretty
I ain't
good.
mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I think it's a little delay. I thought you were finished. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying just overall, I thought the conversation was pretty good. Pretty good combo.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. There's just of like one or two, maybe three things that raised my eyebrows about yesterday's conversation though, and I mentioned them yesterday, so it's not like I'm keeping them to myself. And one of the main things is just something very basic that I feel is very very basic, and for the life of me, I don't see how people don't agree with it. And I'm saying people loosely because nobody really spoke on it at all. But a very fundamental thing in scholarship, period, the umbrella of scholarship, academia, however, whatever you want to word it, is that if you're going to um, if you're going to pass judgment on research material or somebody's body of work, then that judgment should be coming from an informed place. You should have an informed opinion and not an uninformed opinion about it. If you're not informed about it, then you still have a right to have an opinion, but you shouldn't be advocating that opinion because it's uninformed. So scholars, seasoned scholars, real scientists and things like that, they don't do that. They practice, you know, the right way, standard way of doing things is that if you're going to critique or pass judgment or whatever about any research outcome or body of work, you are supposed to investigate and analyze that work so that you can speak on it from an informed position. And I don't understand whoever would have a problem with that, and I'm saying whoever because I don't know who all would have a problem with it, but whoever would have a problem with that, I just don't understand that. And as of yesterday, I know that on the panel, I'm not sure who all had a problem with that, but it seemed like somebody had a problem with that. And I don't get that. So since you're here, I don't know if you were one of those people that had a problem with that or not. But I know you can speak for yourself.
No, I mean when you pointed out that it didn't that particular sources did not review on Boulder's work, then it is what it is. You can't go past that. Just like you use ChatGPT to make an argument, if somebody using it incorrectly, you go right back into the ChatGPT, rephrase it. What I'm saying, re-ask it, and then you can do the correction in real time. What I'm saying, and show like what error is being made. What I'm
Hmm.
saying.
No, and that's good. That's
So
that's
that's that. It's all part of it.
and that's
Yeah.
good. That's good. But there are people out here that don't. that don't do that. Like I know people, I know personally know people that don't know to do it. It's not like like none of this stuff I would say is intentional. It's just like anything, people not aware, so they think that ChatGPT is spitting out facts. That's the assumption. You know, and that's not necessarily true. It could be spitting out misinformation, good information, biased stuff, the whole nine, and it could be omitting stuff. I asked it a question like yesterday. I'm gonna tell you what I did yesterday. Yesterday, while I had ChatGPT up, I asked it. I forget my exact question. I still have it, but I asked it. I said list all of the riparian countries in East Africa, and it gave me a list, but it left out Egypt. It didn't even mention Egypt at all. So then I just followed up with a question. I said, "Is Egypt a riparian, one of the riparian countries in East Africa?" Then it said yes, but if I didn't ask a follow up question and I took the first list it gave me, I would have thought that was the answer. And the only reason why I know to ask it about Egypt is because of my previous knowledge about it. But if I had no knowledge at all from anything, and I'm just asking a cold question like that, I'm gonna take what it gave me. It gave me a list of 8 countries, and it didn't mention Egypt. Then if I take those 8 countries and then I come on YouTube and start arguing with people, oh, the only riparian countries in East Africa are these 8. You see how that could be problematic. So I'm just saying these are the nuances. These are the things that I'm just hopefully people will be mindful of, and everything. Just little simple stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's good
So
to have a working knowledge going into it because that can happen. You know what I'm saying? Definitely can happen. And and sometimes you may not want to just stick with one question. You want to rephrase it. You know what I'm saying? Then you want to ask for sources, provide sources. You know what I'm saying? Come back, ask to provide
yep,
sources. You know what I'm saying? Then you break it down
and
and
check those
respond to
sources
me like
though.
respond to me like I'm an eighth grader. Or respond to me like I'm in college. You know what I'm saying? Or is there any scientific journals? You know what I mean? Like you have a conversation where like you're talking to it. It's working for you, so you have a conversation just to make it retrieve it the best way it could. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes you may see something there, and you could be like, I've caught stuff before where you say like, or you say, hey, that's not correct, so and so and so and so, and they'd be like, excuse me, blah 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 blah. And it's a difference
It'll actually
between
say I'm sorry. It'll apologize
yeah,
to
it's a
you.
different yeah, there's a difference between 3.5 and 4.0. You know what I'm saying? So that's also a little difference. You know what I'm saying? I think 4.0
Right.
actually has is actually connected to the internet in real time, whereas 3.5 is working with a general database that's been set at whatever particular date they stop at. So
Yeah,
Right.
2021 at the time. Yeah.
And a lot of people. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Somebody about to
Oh
say something else.
no, it's me. I was gonna say, did I hear you correctly earlier when you said that someone was using an earlier source to rebut a later source?
Uh, now I'm
They
not.
think
I don't.
I think it was
No, I.
in both records. Is that what
The
you meant?
references.
No. I was saying that the sources that ChatGPT relied on,
Hmm.
out of all the sources, like 3 of them were written prior to Emboli ever publishing
Right,
anything.
right, or earlier word for yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it was. So that's alarming. That's crazy. But I guess the point is. So let me ask everybody in the chat, and then y'all on the panel, whoever in the chat and us on the panel, if you use ChatGPT, have you ever experienced ChatGPT making mistakes? I guess
Yeah,
that's a fair question to ask everybody. I'm polling the chat so y'all can answer that question, and I'll eventually see it's a delay. But between you and Sosa, Mo and Sosa, have y'all ever used ChatGPT and it made mistakes for you?
yes, I've tried to do well, I was asking it to create a marketing plan for a festival, and it gave me, if I went back when I read through it, it was it was actually some in some of the outline. It was actually asking me a question versus putting content, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm glad I read this." Can because I thought it was just something simple, like just tell me how to actually go about marketing. But it was actually asking me questions under some of the titles, and when I read through it, so I had to take my time and go through the whole page to make sure that all the content was there. And it also had a few misspelled words. I had to fix it. But it gave me a really good guide on how to go about creating a marketing plan. So once I read through it a couple times, I was able to do it on my own. Um, and I was just trying to enhance what I don't know instead of just saying I'm gonna do some flyers, go on social media, buy some ads on Google. It really spelled out marketing, promotion, and advertising in a whole nother way. So kind of give me detail. But yeah, I had a lot of errors. I had to go back and fix. I couldn't just take
Okay.
it at face value and submit it. I had to really go through it and then kind of take some of the content out and then rephrase it and all that good stuff.
Okay, and that's pretty much what some people are saying in the chat right now. They're saying
Yeah.
yes, they see mistakes, but then they ask more probing. Miss Tiffany said, of course, that's why they ask more probing. Why we ask more probing inquiries and all that, and that's great, and that's the whole thing, and um, that's great because that's what you have to do. But now here's the thing. But here's another aspect of it though, because it's great that people will do that, but there's a level of whether you even know, like, if you don't know enough about a subject, and I
Yeah.
and I and I use the example of a mechanic because everybody pretty much drives, right? You drive a car, and if you don't know anything about your car or about automobile mechanics and stuff like that, you have to depend on the mechanic, right? So you take your something happens to your car, you take it to the mechanic, and you have to trust the mechanic because you don't know enough about your car. The mechanic could really tell you anything, and there's a lot of people out here that get robbed left and right because the
Yes.
mechanic be lying about something or whatever the case is. So you gotta find a good mechanic that you can trust because you don't know enough about your own car to, or whatever the case is. And so you have to rely. So you're in a position of dependency. You have to rely on that. But now, if the mechanic does say something wrong, you're not going to be able to detect that. And the reason why is because you don't know enough for your detection to be triggered.
Right.
And
Now
so
I
this, oh, go ahead.
oh, oh no, on that note, I used it so um I had a friend I knew that was needed a corrective action for feeding program, and the state was trying the state used so for example the state used the word like um what did they say? They said uh oh God, I can't remember the word they used. But anyways, what they did was they was trying to make them change their application so that they wouldn't meet a deadline. So I said, wait a minute, something's not right because regulations are pretty straightforward, and it has to be a way because there's no way you approve an application and then come back at the end of the year and say, oh, you have to redo this entire application. So I went through it and I found where it said area of operation. Yeah, it said area of operation, eligible area of operation. But the state was saying, nope, you can't use that school, and you have to change your application because now, oh, affiliated or unaffiliated. That's what they use. They said now you're no longer unaffiliated, you're affiliated. And I was like, no, you're only using it as an area. And so they tricked them up. So when I went to ChatGPT to ask, I said, okay, give me a policy letter on um, USDA feeding programs for eligible areas of locations, something like that. And it gave me the reg. However, what they gave me was wrong, but when I matched it up with the regulation, it gave me a rebuttal to help their case, if that makes sense. So even though
Nah,
what they gave me was wrong, with the way ChatGPT worded the reg, it gave me the reg, but it gave me, like, you know how you get a reg and it's like all these long numbers, where it gave me like the abbreviated version. And so, but I was able to narrow it down and go to the right source to pick out the
Mm-hmm.
words that I needed. So it didn't give me, so if I would have used just what they gave me to submit, it would have been wrong. But because I went straight to the, like you said, you know how you saying earlier, go to the source, make sure the source is correct. When I read it through the actual regulation, because it gave me the regulation, I was able to get the right information. If that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah, and I guess my point is that um, we all have to we all are in positions of dependency for
Yeah.
various different things, because we none of us know everything. Like we don't know everything. So we personally, individually, have our strengths and weaknesses. We have things that we're curious about, things that we're passionate about, that we will investigate and know everything we can know about it. And then there's things that we don't do that with. And so there's a fluctuation, there's a range of things that we have to rely and depend, and so on and so forth. So my point is that in real life scenarios, like the auto mechanic example I was given, you understand that you're in a state of dependency, and you have to develop a level of trust. And so in my example, you're trying to find a mechanic that you can trust, because the trust is needed because of your ignorance about your car, right? So the same thing happens when it comes to research and scholarly issues, that there's a point. Let me go back to the auto example. There's a point in some people where they're uncomfortable with a certain degree of dependency. So they will learn about their own car, at least the basics. Like, they're not going to go to auto mechanic school. They're not going to work in an auto shop, but they will take the time out to learn the basics of the car. They'll learn how to change the oil, change a tire, check all the fluids, transmission if you got that. And big up to the electric car people, the EV folks. I joined the EV folks back in March, so I'm fully electric. But anyway, no matter what, my point is that some people are uncomfortable being in a certain percentage of dependency, so they'll lower that percentage by learning something about the car. So now, switching over to scholarship and academic type of issues, the same thing applies. Because if you know nothing about a subject, you 100% have to depend on quote unquote experts or authority. The authorities, the experts. You have to 100% depend on them. So you're in a state of dependency. So whatever you read, you have to accept, because you can't do anything else with it. Now, here's the issue that can come up with that, right? If you're in a state of dependency, like I just described, and you're researching, let's say you're researching topic A, and you read expert 1 on topic A, and you digest it, you take it in. Now you're reading another expert 2 on the same topic A, but expert 2 information is contradicting experts 1. Now, because you're in a state of total dependency, you're stuck now. You don't know who to believe, because you don't know enough about the subject, in my scenario, to discern. So in those situations, to avoid those situations, people who are passionate about and take scholarship seriously, obviously it depends on what subject, you will have to learn some basic, at least the fundamentals, and get a grounding in whatever the issue is, so that you yourself can discern, so that you can examine the work and discern, so that you can cross-reference between each other and find out, okay, why is there a contradiction? And then probe the methodologies that was used by expert 1 and expert 2 to see if there's a flaw in method, that how they reached their conclusion and why they're contradicting. Then you might find out that they're not contradicting at all, as you once thought. Things like that. But you will never get there until you put in the time to get a grounding and have some competency in whatever subject that is. And so these are things that should be encouraged and advocated for everybody to do. And so
Yep.
it falls along the same lines of the whole ChatGPT conversation is just part of this, because it's just a tool, just like a dictionary, just like encyclopedias, whether they online or physical copies you got in your hand. I think Shesmu made a comment. You can, and I made this comment earlier too. People can get a hold of a journal and still misuse it. Like, they read it, but they misunderstood it, and they think it's saying something it's not, and then they could take it and then weaponize it and try to argue with somebody, thinking that the journal's backing them up. So all these things happen. Some of these things are not avoidable. It's not a one thing is going to cure all of this. We're not going to have a utopia of none of this stuff going on. But the thing is, we should be working towards perfecting all of this stuff. And so when I see things happen like this, it's happening too often and too loosely for my taste. And obviously, this is my personal opinion. And so the words coming out of my mouth tonight about ChatGPT, is ChatGPT the new expert, and everything I'm saying is in alignment with the encouragement for people to step it up. Everything I'm saying is a thing. I know MK wants to say something.
Oh no, it was just with what you were saying. I think something that's very important, and but you said it very kind of fast. There should have been a pause on it. It was because you know it's like you can't be a jack of all trades, a master of none. Because everybody wants to be able to be part of all different kinds of conversations, but you have to perfect something. You know and when you don't have that, and then you rely on either the resources for the experts in that sense, or ChatGPT or whatever it is, but you're relying on something that, because it fills your shortcoming, is almost like if you're riding a bicycle with three wheels, and you're proud that you can ride a bicycle while you're having three wheels. That's not the case. So the point is to get you to riding in the bicycle with two wheels. But most people want to stick at three-wheel bike riding, and then just argue all over the place on all kinds of topics, instead of just perfecting what one thing, or a few things. And I think Jehudi Ma'at always had a good saying. Well, how did it go? If everybody stuck to their lanes, traffic would run smoothly.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
Yeah, okay. I do think. All right. I hear a lot of people kind of use that quote, and they kind of incorrectly use it because they only say half the quote. The quote is, "A jack of all trades is a master of none. For it is better to be a jack of all trades than a master of one." So you want to have a general. So it's good to have a general overall understanding of a lot of areas, and then you can kind of guide your way through it. You know what I'm saying? And if one seek expertise, and that's a whole other thing. But,
Yeah, I mean, in
so
life you don't
it's
want to be just like one-sided. Like you got to know how to, different things. And basically you do that through your life, from education, going through elementary to high school, and then as you get older you focus on specific things, but it's assumed that you are able to navigate around different areas of fields of studies, life, and everything like that. So that is true.
Yeah, that's I mean, that was the point I was making, is that whatever piques your interest in terms of investigation or research, and I'm speaking under the umbrella of like scholarly academic type stuff, whatever piques your interest, it is also in your best interest to gain competency, at least at a basic level, of that interest. Like you can't come in and try to take the easy route, or the lazy route, and not go the extra mile that's necessary in order to engage that specific topic or whatever that you're interested in. And then obviously if you're not interested, then you're not interested. But that's the thing. And I'm finding in my experience, I'm speaking from experience, is that I've been in situations where people will try to argue with me about something that they don't even study. And that's very weird to me. So it's like that's the opposite. And I'm like, nah, and I tell those people and I encourage people who don't do it to make sure they don't do it. I say, nah, you can't do that. Like if you're gonna argue, like either you want me to share something with you that you can go and check out at your leisure, then that's fine. But if you want to argue with me on something that you don't study, that's backwards. That's really, really backwards.
It's basically the you want to know enough to know when you're wrong. Right? I think
That's a good
the
way.
gist of it, right?
That's a good saying
Yeah.
too. You have to you have in order to know you're wrong, you have to know enough about it. Yeah. And there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of that going on. And that I see. I'm saying there's a lot of that going on. Even yesterday, like I said, the brother, for example, the brother James was on was he over here or over pseudos, whatever, and he was the one that was not reading the glyphs in a basic way that everybody who actually took a basic course in the language would know. Like like Sosa. Let me ask you a question. And I know you heard the saying. I don't know the exact words of the saying, but you know how you can tell what somebody knows by what comes out of their mouth. Like if you're an expert in a field.
Yeah, I could tell by the question. Sometimes I could tell based on even the question you asked me. I could tell how much you know based on
Exactly.
the question.
Exactly.
Sometimes.
You could tell by how somebody asks you a question and the content of that question. You can even tell a lot about what they bring up and things. And so these things happen. And so how we should resolve it is by engaging each other. But what I see happen is when those moments happen, it becomes an adversarial situation. It becomes a combative situation first. And it can never be smoothed out. And that's what I see happen a lot. That's why I call the conscious community the conflict community, because it's conflict first. And then time pass by, then you may get an agreement. It's conflict first in this conflict community. And me taking a break and coming here, seeing it, I see it more than I did even before. Because when you walk away from something for a long time, you come back to it and you see it from a different. You see it fresh. It's like anything, like your house. If you spray air freshener in your house and you stay in the house, you're not gonna smell it as much as if somebody came from outside into your house for the first time. They be like, "Oh, it smells nice in here." You're like, "Oh, what's that?" "Oh, I forgot I sprayed some stuff, or I forgot I burned some incense." So it's the same thing. You walk away from something long enough, you come to it with some fresh eyes. It's like, boy, and that's that's why I gave my opinion about what I'm seeing. And so we gotta work on that, because I don't see any progress. I really don't see any progress. Even the conversation we were having yesterday, all the subjects that came up are not just 1 year old or two. These are like 6 and 7 year old conversations that we had, and we exhaustively had. Like that whole thing about Greenberg, man, we have multiple videos on all of that. We even read Greenberg's own words, something he wrote where he said he's glad he wasn't trained in linguistics. How is the man himself going to say, "I'm glad I wasn't trained in linguistics because of blah 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 blah," but then somebody come now in 2024 and say, "Yeah, he is a linguist because he has a degree in anthropology." I mean, we went over all that 6 years ago. And see, stuff like that I don't see progress in this, and that's like disheartening to me, because I care enough, even with people I don't know. Like, I'm seeing people in the chat. I don't know most of these people personally. People don't know me personally, but I care enough to want to see progress. I want us all to win. I don't have to know you to want you to win. So a lot of this stuff is weird to me.
Somebody said that he never said that. Pseudo Killer said he never said that, bro. You are playing now. So Greenback never said that.
Yeah, we're gonna have the video. Go to Sar's channel, and I'm gonna pull it up. I don't know
Late to the
if
party.
off the top of my head, but it's definitely there. There's Unc right there. So Unc, you saying I'm lying, huh?
Yeah. You made that up. Just pull it up real quick. We know what the document is. We can read it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't have it off the top
I'm
of
not
my
gonna
head.
call you a liar. I'm just saying you phrased that wrong. I thought I was very clear. That's why I repeated it 10 times. And sometimes when talking to you, I like to repeat stuff 10 times because you have an excellent way of like shaving off certain points and blending them back together. I think you just do it for the art of the conversation, to be honest with you. So I think the statement that was really made and was clear, because I was on that train of thought. And we used to say that people used to say, well, Assad doesn't have a degree in linguistics, so you just do it. You can do it, right? I remember being in that train of thought. Then the next statement was, well, Greenberg doesn't have a degree neither, and he does linguistics, so what's the difference? And so now, through accuracy and reading on the subject, we now recognize that that's not an accurate statement. You should never put them two together right there, because actually Greenberg had a doctorate in anthropology, which gave him training in quote unquote linguistics, right? And then Greenberg himself did say that he was glad that he wasn't too close up in it because it allowed him to see like other points and all that. That's how that thing was. I remember the document like it was yesterday. And I
Do you
know
have it? Do you
close
have it?
to what it is. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making this up. I'm just saying for
Do
the
you have
art
it?
of the conversation, bro. You know
No, I'm
that.
saying, do you have it though?
What, the document?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can find it in my emails. About just type a saw name in and get the document, because I remember what it was, and because I was actually arguing with Double X over that, and he just brought it to my attention. Some points he made that was right, and so I've never been a person that, if a person is right, they're just right. And and you're right. Moving forward, I think it's good that people understand how to use GPT. We actually took classes in our server on how to use Chat GPT. Pick up the hits, man. Showed us how to download documents and all that stuff. So yeah, but what Chat GPT actually does, it puts rails on dudes. It stops you from just completely making up stuff, just like Wikipedia. When you're serious about this thing, it's just serious about reading. You understand that Wikipedia does a great job of putting you in the right direction, the right course. Because you would never turn it into a college professor using Wikipedia sources. What it does for the general conversation, it breaks it down to the point we can all understand it, and it stops you from talking about the electric universe and all that. By the way, boo, I would never read a book on the electric universe just based off a basic search of understanding what it is. I wouldn't waste my time. So I feel the same way about John Quallen Bowley's work, and I know you feel the exact opposite. Just based off of general searches, I don't like the things that are coming up. So I wouldn't.
No, and hold up. Let
That's
me
all
be
right.
clear.
That shouldn't be a problem, bro.
But let me be clear.
Where I'm from, because you keep saying this. So where I'm from, we're not gonna waste our time with the electric universe and John Quallen Bowley's work. But
no, and I understand that.
like where you from, you should read the whole thing. But hey, go ahead, bro.
No, I get it, but I'm gonna repeat what I said yesterday.
Oh,
Everything you just said
uh-huh.
is perfectly fine.
Right.
So because you're entitled to your opinion.
Absolutely, bro.
And see, we can agree that you and I are different.
Yep.
In that approach.
Yep.
And you could say what you just said, and I could be okay with it.
Yeah.
And if I feel that it's weird for somebody to have an opinion about work that they don't examine, then that's my right. So we both
Really?
can
You think that's weird? So you don't respect
no,
nobody?
I don't no, no, I don't. We don't have to even go on
No,
about
I'm
it.
wondering.
Like
See, that's a statement of saying you don't respect
you're
experts.
no,
There's a
you're
lot of that going on around here. I think that's weird. Now that's weird. That's a
wait,
little weird,
are you
Wu.
wait, hold
That's
up.
weird, Wu.
Are you
That's weird.
accusing
On your
are you
part,
accusing me?
I'm a direct guy. On your part, that's weird to disrespect expertise like that. It's a regular.
Okay, but I'm saying,
That's
but
weird.
so in other words,
That's weird.
you're accusing me of
Do
disrespecting
you do?
experts. Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm not accusing you. I'm flat out saying that's what you do.
That's you know what accusation mean, right?
No, what do you mean, bro?
It's what you just did. so let's
It's
get it
true.
straight. So no, I'm saying let's get it.
It's
Let's get
true.
it straight. No, let's get it straight. You're saying I disrespect experts.
Yeah, you do. You disrespect the
So
very
how
idea of it. You disrespect the mode of getting to
there
that.
there is
Right.
nothing there's nothing I do that's disrespectful to
Yeah, you do.
experts.
Absolutely,
It's
you do.
not. I mean, okay, again, that's your
Can I give you
opinion
an
as
example?
well.
Can I give you an example?
I'm not interested.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm saying again,
Oh,
that's your opinion. I'm cool with it. So we cool. Like
so,
that's your
so we got
opinion.
two weird things on the page table that I refuse to read a work that can be verified through a basic search, right? You know I got you know I actually have been in correspondence with experts that actually read the text. You know that. You know I don't play with this thing. I could pull a document right now
I mean, we look
if I felt like doing that. But I
we
don't
can
feel
actually put a. But I'm saying we can actually put a period and leave that for yesterday because yesterday I told you that you're entitled. Like I'm cool with you expressing your
like, okay.
opinion.
Appreciate that, bro. We
All
put a
right,
pin right
so
there.
we don't have to keep going on like
You know, we don't
unless you
we
bothered. Like, are you bothered?
now
like
the
you are
weird
you
words.
feel away or something?
Yeah, I feel a certain way about the weird words. So
Then
now
I then that's a
I like to
that's
do
a
the I
personal
like to
problem. I
equal
can't.
up the standards and say it's
I'm
weird.
not sure. I'm not sure I can help you on that. Then.
You help me greatly. You know what I'm
All right.
saying? The
So
weird.
we could put a period in there. Yeah. Like you like there's things that are weird to you. There's things that are weird to me. There's things
Yeah.
that's weird to Sosa. There's things that are weird to everybody in the chat. And everybody's entitled to see something as weird. And
Yes.
I'm cool with that. We could put a period on it. So
Yes.
what else
Sir.
you want to
Got
talk
that.
about?
No,
What
we
else
good.
you want to talk about?
I see Mr. Saw's in there in the chat. How you doing, brother Saw?
All right.
Real quick, because there was some. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I just want
Oh no, no,
Uh,
I was going no because I was going to ask since Unc is here. I was going to ask him a different question, but go ahead because I don't want to.
is Sosa still on the panel? Where you going?
Yeah,
What's up,
Sosa's
Sosa? How
here.
you doing, brother? How you
so
doing?
Oh,
so still here.
let me just welcome Cedric to the panel,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
I
Peace,
think
peace. I
Emmy Cat
woke
was going
up,
to say
so I'm
something,
up
and then
now. Just woke
Yeah.
up. I'm ready.
Emmy Cat
Okay.
was getting ready to
Yeah.
say
I was.
something, and then Cedric, I know you just popped in.
Yeah, I was going to because I know Miss Tiffany was asking something, and I did tell her that when I get a chance to speak, I'm going to clarify, so that it was regarding when I was showing the errors with the math on ChatGPT and whatnot, and I didn't want to get the opinion that there is no model out there that is good at math. I was making the point that the ChatGPT itself and its training part is more of when you talk to a lot of people, they will tell you it's almost like I guess the best word is like it works like an autocomplete. How to explain it in just layman's term is like it will look at the word that you're giving and then predict the next word that is the next word that should come after. That's just the basic of it. That's not exactly how it works, but that's a good way of just understanding how it works. So it deals with text mostly. Now what there are other models that are specifically for math, and that is actually because, and that's actually one of the things I wanted to talk about here is like when we were saying the probably I would let you know like the best way I would use these models is because how ChatGPT is how or GPT itself is actually trained is like I said, it's a vast pool of whatever information it is on the internet, whether right or wrong. That's what it was used for the training. Now, other models will actually constrict the data that that these models are trained on. So now you have like I think Miss Tiffany, I was about to forget your name. Miss Tiffany, you were saying calculus GPT. Now that is constricted and is trained on certain mathematical calculations and computational stuff. based on that. So its pool of data is restricted to that to avoid the errors. And you will notice that even I think Wujao mentioned like Adobe having their own AI. There's Adobe Acrobat actually has now where you can read your PDFs. And the good thing about that is you're constricting the source of truth, because the source of truth for ChatGPT at this point is everything on the internet, whether pseudo or whether not. So it's up to us to actually do the critical thinking part. Other models are actually constricted on the source of truth that they have, or the training, the data pool that they're using to train them. So Calculus GPT has that. Other extensions that you see on ChatGPT, you will see them focused on just specific types of fields of information. That way, it avoids all those errors that you will see with ChatGPT. And they have other standalone mathematical, I think there's Jesper or something, I forget the name, that actually deals with that. So my point was not to say that that any model out there cannot do math. I was just saying from my demonstration that I showed you, it actually can produce errors when it comes to going past simple math. ChatGPT itself, because of the design of it's the nature of itself, actually renders those. So it will have some correct things, but you have to be vigilant, because it will have wrong things when it comes to the math, because it is mostly designed as a text base in that sense. So I hope that makes it clear.
All right. So got Cedric in the building. If Cedric, you had some words, any comments before we pass the mic
Peace.
around some more?
First of all, peace to the panel. Great show. I was listening for a while, and then the subject of Greenberg came up, and the quote with regards to him supposedly saying he didn't. Thank God he didn't study any linguistics. Now, rudimentary understanding of anthropology. I know that there are four disciplines, and linguistics is a fundamental a part of the study of anthropology, along with the biological anthropology and a couple other. So I was wondering, how can someone that is degreed in anthropology, that has the ability to engage in such an endeavor, not be trained fundamentally in linguistics as an anthropologist? That's kind of confusing to me.
Okay. So remember, I'm just going to, because I don't think you were there at the original conversations we had. We had like several conversations about that. The whole point of that conversation back then was to get people to understand that in order to do linguistics, it's all about the method that's being applied, your skills that you gain, and knowing the proper method to use for the outcome that you're trying to achieve. And what people were doing at the time was saying that if you don't have a degree, a PhD in linguistics, then they are summarily dismissing anything that you could work on. That was the climate at the time. And so what was being pointed out was the famous linguists such as Joseph Greenberg, the famous linguists such as Christopher Ehret, and some other linguists, Roger Blench, and so on and so forth. We were simply pointing out that these people are famously known for their linguistic work, but yet they don't have PhDs in linguistics. So that was it. We were just trying to let people know that it's not about having a PhD in linguistics to actually apply the standard scientific methods of linguistics to do X, Y, and Z. That was the whole point back then. So I don't want to make it in. I mean, I'm not saying you are, Cedric, at all, but I'm saying I don't want to mischaracterize the conversation, which is why when it came up yesterday, it kind of threw me off. I'm like, what's going on here? Because I thought we were clear years ago about all that stuff. It wasn't saying that Greenberg is stupid and dumb and his linguistic work shouldn't be looked at and whatever the case is. We were saying the opposite. We were saying Greenberg influenced the whole field of linguistics, but yet he don't have a PhD in it. His PhD is more umbrella-y, anthropology, like you said, and so on and so forth. So that was the whole point. And I don't see what the problem would be now we made that clear back then.
You just said it again, though, Wuja.
What I said? What?
Repeat what you just said. Let me show you how fundamentally that's wrong. Say what you just said.
Okay,
And that's the
Greenberg.
issue. Go ahead.
Okay, Greenberg does not have a PhD in linguistics.
Mm-hmm.
So how's that wrong? Let's start there.
But he has
No. Say no. Let's walk it. I'm saying how am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong. He doesn't have a PhD in that.
Okay, and I'm saying to you that back when we were having these conversations, that was our point. Is that he does see
But that
listen,
wasn't our point, though. See,
it was. Wait.
It wasn't Wuja.
I guarantee you, if you
I
watch the
guarantee
video,
that wasn't the point.
okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I
let
know,
me say,
I
can I tell you
hold
what the
up.
point was?
I know
Can I tell you what the
Cedric
point was?
brought it back up. That's why I said we could move on to something else.
No, can I tell you
Because
what the point was, though? I think it's important. The point was that we're in a marginalized
you don't have to
community.
tell me. We could play the video.
No,
I'm
wanna-
gonna find the video. Now we don't have to. I'm gonna find the video.
but I would like to finish my statement if that's possible. If it's not, I'm fine. I don't have to-
No, that's good. But I think it's better to
wanna
just play
argue.
the video. But go ahead.
And what I'm saying is we're in a marginalized community, and we taught to getting tricked and fooled at every damn corner. And so not to get tricked and fooled, or not even tricked and fooled by people making way more mistakes than experts do. So we just decided to say, well, how do we know that you can actually do what you can do? So you can show me a paper full of all kind of words and stuff. That doesn't mean you actually are doing it right. How am I to know that? How's the average person that's working a regular job to know that? How's a person that's not invested in linguistics supposed to know that? They got a thing called credentials. Credentials notifies the average person that you at least know the basics and people have tested you on it and you know it. And so, I felt that the good course to put everybody on that train right there. And I think that's a safe place to be for everybody, Wuja. And I know you wouldn't fight against that. That's a sensibility that needs to happen in what you're calling the conflict community. It wouldn't even be this much conflict if people just use that basic train of thought right there, brother. So that's why people was talking about the degrees. Not that you couldn't do it, that we have no way of knowing if you're doing it right. That's all. And we have to take your word for it. And that's not fair. And that puts us in a wild position. That's all, bro.
Okay, the only final
That's
thing I'm
it.
gonna say, about that is an even better position is that you learn how to do it yourself to a degree where you could discern where you're not 100% dependent on the next man, be them an expert or not, and you have to depend on that because you still won't know because although you're not saying this verbatim or literally, you're implying that if you're credentialed, you can't get something wrong and you can't make mistakes. And so in order to recognize if somebody, even if they're credentialed, gets something wrong, you have to actually strap up, put your helmet on, and get dirty in the said subject so you'll know to learn and discern. So that's the better position. That's what I advocate. And I'm sure you're not going to push back on that. I'm sure you can agree with me on that.
I'm pushing hard. I'm pushing hard because who the hell could go around and do every subject like that and live a normal life, bro? That doesn't make sense. You're advocating for something
you're doing
that
what you
could
did yesterday.
No,
as
I'm not.
extremism.
I'm saying,
no, I'm not. I'm not saying you have to get a
you're
degree.
advocating
Hold
for
up.
what? Let me cat. What happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm not advocating for
Oh,
extremism.
okay,
No, I'm
but
not. I'm not. I'm
but
not. I'm
okay.
not advocating for that. I'm just saying I'm not advocating for being extreme. I'm not. And no one ever
Um,
says that
I'm,
experts don't make mistakes. That's part of the deal, making mistakes, and that's when they learn. So that's not. I'm not saying that. But yeah, we
I'm
cool.
going to say this. I'm going
Okay.
to say this about the subject with regards to um, uh, the aspect of being trained and having that training. We've noticed
Mm,
in the last couple of weeks, especially when we've had the experts on, and we
mhm,
realized the nuances and the areas which their training allows them to be able to analyze. Someone that is coming from the biochemical background, for example, there is no way you're going to sit on the internet or you're going to read a book and you're going to be able to execute or to understand the nuances that you get while being in a lab next to professors that are going to teach you these techniques, these insights. That's what that training is for, right? And to
Mhm.
assume that not only are you going to be able to follow what the professionals do, but even challenge them from a position that where you're not trained. I mean, Greenberg, being an anthropologist, being rooted in the foundations and the fundamentals of linguistics, had so many criticisms from other linguists. Now imagine our position when we're dealing with people that are completely and totally outside of the field. Can you
Okay.
understand the
Hey,
scale?
Wuja a little special though. Hey,
Yeah,
Wuja,
I
you
think
special, yo.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I think
missed
we can.
everything that
I know
was
you
said
did.
when I got kicked out.
I'm gonna let you
So
know you
you have to
special,
repeat
yo.
it.
But
Everybody ain't gonna
yeah,
be like you, bro. Everybody not gonna be on that level of no. It's not. What you're advocating for is wild. Everybody's not gonna be
But
on your
everybody
level,
don't think it's
dude.
wild. That's what I'm saying. Look, at the end of the day, though, see, you have a
Nah,
right to be
everybody don't
you.
got you. Everybody don't got
No,
your
let
intelligence,
me let
bro.
me.
I'm
I
telling
know.
you, bro. Hey, Wuja,
Listen,
you gotta stop that.
no, no,
Most
I don't have
people,
to. I don't have to. No,
most
listen, hold on, hold
people
on.
is
Let me
not
say
gonna
something.
be
Let
like
me
you,
say
bro,
something.
and be on that level, yo.
Okay, let me say this.
They don't even
You
understand that race is a social construct, and you want them to read some high level linguistics books to critique a Sahotep.
no,
That's
listen.
funny.
Okay, but listen.
How?
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
I'm
At
on
the
your
end of the
side,
day,
bro. You know I'm
no.
on your side.
But it's not about size. See, that's that.
No, I'm
I
saying
don't
with
deal with
this.
that.
No, I do. I'm
I don't.
saying, and what you're
I
saying.
know, and that's fine. But I don't.
Why you don't
That
deal with it?
doesn't. That
What you
doesn't
don't deal
matter.
with? What you don't deal with?
At the end of the day,
Mhm.
you can be you.
Facts.
So there you have it.
Enough. We on. We done. We said enough.
let me summarize it for
All
y'all,
right.
and then I'll move on
No,
to
no. It
something
don't even have
some.
to. It
Okay,
don't not
okay,
because
all right.
I mean that's just it.
I
See,
think we hashed.
we
I
have
think
a
we hashed
no
it
we
out. We
have
good. I think we did. We got. I think we got out. We good, bro. I
Nah,
thought it
because
was a good
I kind of
no.
conversation.
I was listening to both
Here's
of
the
y'all, and I could see where there was like miscommunication. That's all I was going to try to clear up. So y'all are on the same page, because basically you are on the same page except for one little thing. That's all I was
no
going to point out.
the only difference is that there's room to be different,
Yeah, I like that.
and
I
so
like that.
Unc and I are different
Mhm.
on this point and maybe other points, and there's room for that, and it is okay.
I think it is,
Like
Mojo.
we don't have to like you don't if you want to push back you can,
Nah,
but
nah, nah. I'm good.
you're gonna be pushing back in air because it's like you could do this till you blue in the
Nah,
face.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't continue that.
I
I
look
thought we did a good
I
job
have come
yesterday.
to the realization that you and I are different on different issues,
Yeah, we supposed to be that. That's what make it healthy.
and I am perfectly fine with it.
Yep. Yep. And that's what make the whole
I don't
thing
have to
healthy.
convince you. I'm not trying to make you me, and I hope you're not trying to make me you.
Not even a little bit. It wouldn't work. You couldn't be me. You'll fall apart.
There you go.
Fall apart. One day in my shoes, your foot'll start hurting.
I probably have all kind of body aches and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You ain't watching my life. You ain't lying.
that's so nah, that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it is. So that's why I said. But Cedric, I did want to. If you had a point, I didn't hear it. I got bumped out. So I missed everything that everybody said.
You said you made
So
all that up on purpose. I couldn't believe you said that.
he didn't say that.
Cedric,
I'm,
take the mic.
I'm giving,
Restate what you
I'm
were
giving
saying.
I'm giving some pushback on the layman equating himself to people degreed in the field, in an environment where they're constantly being tested, being challenged, uh, and go through the rigors um, as a profession. And again, I'm going to take myself as an example. I'm a simple biochemical technologist. However, there is not a layman that can going to read books and not be in the lab, not have that professor over his shoulder, not explaining him the proper techniques and these type of things, and think that he is in a position to challenge the data, right? They're simply, you're not trained, and that training put is that major difference. Again, I take Greenberg as an example. With him being trained in linguistics to be an anthropologist, he had to do linguistics as a study, yet made so many errors that he was critiqued on. I heard all the points. He was critiqued on all these points. However, science continues to move forward, and those points and critiques were addressed, and the comparative linguistic method was applied, and thereby substantiating his work. And now it is what is grounded. Of course, it is always going to be challenged, but from within the rigors of academia, and the challenges that come out of the rigors of academia never push this subject outside of the scope of what it is. Now, can you understand the skepticism that we are faced with when we are hearing Negro Egyptians, quote unquote, from people that are not in the field, that have not gone through the rigors, don't have the training, right? How do we engage with that? Like, I was the one in the chat yesterday that was saying, would you read a flat earth book, Ujao, before you conclude that flat earth is nonsense?
You asking me that question now?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the what I always say is that I would not, I'm smart enough not to speak on somebody's work, whether it's electric, field, Jesus Christ, flat earther, any of that. I would not speak on their work if I didn't examine it. I would just leave it alone. That's just it. I mean, why? See, here's my thing. What gives somebody the audacity to speak on, especially in the public and strongly, about somebody's work that they didn't even analyze and examine? It's best that if you're not going to do that, then just you might as well just chalk it off and leave it alone. That's
So
the best thing to do. Because hold up to what you said before I forget, because lay people, and I think this is what Uncle was saying when I was gone, or last part that I did catch. Lay people, everyday data people work 9 to 5, that don't have a lot of time on their hands. They could have a husband, a wife, children to raise, and some more stuff, trying to get their business on and go for the bag, right? The average person don't have a lot of time in their adulthood to do a lot of this extra stuff. So that's a given. And if they cannot become competent in these different fields that may be curious to them, then that's fine. That happens every day, all day. That happens all around us. But here's the difference. If you're in such a position, then you should know your position. You therefore cannot not do that kind of work because of your lack of time to do it, and then try to put your head up and argue about things that you have not put in that time for. That's the difference. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying people should, if they can't do and to dedicate to become competent in something, then it's best not to try to argue about it. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. I'm not saying that you have to know everything and stuff like that. I gave the whole auto mechanic example. People don't have time for that. I personally don't have time for that either.
see, I like how
But
I like how you
hold up. But everything I argue about, like if I'm arguing about something, trust me, I have put some work into it. When I argue about the narrow part of evolution, human evolution, DNA, and how that's transmitted, stuff like that, trust me, I could back up everything I'm saying because I put my time into that. About this whole Egypt stuff like that, trust me on that. So if I'm gonna publicly argue, I better lay the foundation and become competent in it. That's all I'm saying. If I didn't, then why argue? I never do that. I wouldn't encourage anybody else to do that.
Okay,
And
I
that's what
have the.
Unc and just
I'm
real quick.
trained. I'm collegiately trained, so I can keep it right here. So I'm gonna bring it
Mhm.
right back. So you need to read a flat earther's book before you conclude that flat Earth is nonsense.
No, not that flat Earth as a whole. I would not comment. Okay, let's say this, Cedric. Let's say you wrote a book about flat Earth. You. I would not comment on your work about flat Earth if I didn't examine your work. Flat Earth in general, I wouldn't even speak on it because I would use something else and say, okay, no, I am rolling with this theory, which is not the flat Earth theory. So
Thank you.
again, the
I
point
appreciate
the
that.
point so I want to make my point crystal clear and repeat it. The point is about advocacy and arguing. I just don't understand why people try to argue and debate about stuff that they're not grounded in. That's all I'm saying. I'm not asking people. I'm not even expecting people to read everything, become PhDs, masters, and even bachelors in whatever. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna argue about something, daggone it, get grounded in it. What is this wrong with that?
Okay.
That's what I did.
How,
100%.
That's what I
I'm
did,
gonna
Wu
do
John. I got a
it.
couple. Look, that's what I did. So I can
Yep.
definitely open my
The
mouth.
ground.
And
I
not
can
only
definitely
did
open
you
my
do
mouth
that,
on that.
but
Yes. When
but
Yes,
we
I
get
sir.
remember
grounded,
I remember
when we
specifically
get
that that's
grounded
what.
in,
Sorry, let me just finish this point real quick because I don't want Unc to forget because that's all I remember Unc for. It was always saying is what he recommends and what he's what he was passionate about was creating having all these teams that are specialized specialized, how I would say it, like it wasn't about PhD, it's just having these specific teams that are specialized in different fields. That way, we are able to not that one person is able to do everything or study everything, but that we have all these different organs that are specialized in their own field. Doesn't have to be specialized via a degree or whatever, but as we are, like this issue, as focus on the language. When that's needed, we got this issue. I used to say with the squad, they had different people. I remember Anki used to say we have Ngozi was doing um this other stuff, and then he had Jao and them doing the Sesh and all that kind of stuff. So that was something that I definitely remember from the beginning. Uncle was always doing that, and even bringing the Amiras for next generation and all that. To just do that. So I think that's the point that is being made because I think where Uncle's confusing it is thinking
Hey,
about.
I don't know if it's me, but your mic is sounds muted, Emicat. I mean, not
Oh,
muted. I'm sorry, muffled. Sorry, muffled.
oh, that's crazy. Was it
Oh, there
All
okay?
you
right,
go.
now we sound
Copy
now we
that.
now you sound clear. Now you're
Oh,
clear.
okay. Okay. No, I'm just saying because I will say that that's what Ankh always was a proponent of being specialized in specific aspects in different fields. So when we go out there, we have teams that are proficient in different areas, and we can get the job done. And I think that's what Wuja was saying, but the misunderstanding was on one person being able to do that or one person arguing about some all this kind of stuff because there is no point to argue about a specific thing that you haven't really taken time to whether it's not I'm not whether it's a field or whether it's actually a book or a paper. Like I wouldn't argue about a paper that I haven't read, obviously, in that instance. And I think everybody agrees with that, and we should just leave it at that because that isn't there's nothing to argue about that. But real quick, I know Asar can't join the panel probably, but he did send a video. So I think I sent it to you. It's timestamped, and this is with the issue of the Greenberg thing on and what Greenberg did say. So I think that's important to
yeah,
just play it
I
now.
need to address that whole specialist thing, that whole bill there. I need to address that. So if you're gonna
Okay,
play
go
the
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead,
Hey,
and then
yeah,
we
Cedric,
can
can
play the
I
video.
can I can I just before you go, can I just make two statements? So the vision was to do what we did, but we never could actually crack what we actually need to do. Meaning, I had no idea that all of a sudden everybody was going to become experts without actually getting the credentials to be experts and play like they was experts. I had no idea it was going to go that way. So when it went that way, that's when the whole thing changed. So I'm definitely an advocate for developing teams and study teams because that's what it is. It's a study teams, and
Yep.
specializing in certain areas of study. But when you start, if I'm starting to think I'm an evolutionary biologist, that's some bull crap. I'm way over my skis and I'm doing way too much. You know what? That Charles Darwin was wrong. And I got a new theory on evolution is this. That's when I think it's gotten out of hand. I think myself would be out of hand. And I'm just gonna speak for myself. So yes, I'm an advocate for study teams, because that's what it is. Study teams. And I'm an advocate for everybody picking areas of study. And it was far better than what anybody else had. I just think that the game has changed and the conversations are getting more elevated. And so I just advocate for people getting that damn paperwork before they start overturning stuff. And I'm gonna end with that, and I'm going to go over my own channel and have some fun. And Wuja, you're right, we're different, and that's what make everything around us special is that we have different opinions and we do not have to agree. And I appreciate you, Emma Ket, and everybody, and peace. You know what I'm saying? And may happiness always be with you, man. Thanks for letting me come on the panel.
All right, let
Okay,
me
but
just
you
say
don't have to
something
leave just
before
yet.
Cedric.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah,
Cedric
but
speak, real quick.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Unc,
Before you,
you had to take the wind out my sails because I was just gonna go there as um what we do is we bring science to our community. We teach them the methodologies, the logical framework, the understanding, how these conclusions are reached to, and we relay the methodology, the scientific consensus with study groups in specific areas. But to call ourselves specialists, none of us are. Number one. Number two, to to assume that we're competent. How did we measure that competence? What is the tool to measure the competence? And then to take it to the next level where we're now overturning and saying experts are wrong and the genetic model that they developed, no, that's off. We're reaching into areas that in these arenas we cannot reach, and that's a simple matter of fact. I am a biochemical technologist with a specialization in immunology and serology. There are policies, governmental policies, with regards to the last pandemic that we experienced that I don't agree with. But I am not in a position to come on these platforms and publicly state those things because it would be irresponsible, knowing the field that I come from and the levels that it would take to actually be able to engage with that sort of policy responsibly. You see, and I think because I'm in that field, I maintain that discipline to the highest degree. This is a consensus. This is a methodology. This is how they reach these conclusions. This is where it stands. And now to
so
take it to the next level, it would require me being in a position to actually produce the data, have it evaluated, substantiated to say that I'm overturning or even adding to the body of knowledge that exists.
so here's
And
the thing. I don't see too much issues with what Unc just said and you said, with the exception of this, is that when Unc was saying, I want to make sure he was saying experts and stuff like that, and I'm only gonna speak for myself because I'm here live and direct. I never refer to myself as an expert. I don't even refer to myself as a scholar. But I will guarantee you this, that if you bring an expert Egyptologist to me, I can have a very competent and fruitful conversation and in fact impress that Egyptologist. I will guarantee you that. You can bet on me for that. But I don't call myself those things. That was number one. Number two is that the word overthrow, like overthrowing something and stuff like that, I think that's being tossed around a little too much, because how public consensus and scientific consensus in any different field or idea to overthrow something that is popularly accepted takes time, number one, and it takes, proper, goes through a certain procedures, goes through a certain life cycle for anything like that to happen. When it comes to Asar, he could speak for himself, because I think a lot of what was just said is kind of directed to him, and right now he can't come on here because he's not at the computer and stuff like that. So I will table it and allow him to definitely speak for himself on that point. But I will say this about what Asar does, though. One thing that everybody can agree on is that Asar actually publishes things. And he actually puts his ideas, his hypothesis, his thesis, and whatever the case is, he puts it out there to be viewed, examined, critiqued, criticized, et cetera, et cetera. So if anybody has a problem with the actual work that he actually puts before everybody's eyes, I would suggest that person or those people to take it up with the actual work. To me, that would be the most sensible thing to do. Not even worry about overthrowing anything or whatever ideas people have about overthrowing. Not even worry about who's considered themselves an expert or not. If a person has a challenge to something, they have a right to express that challenge, like all of us do. And if you have a problem with them challenging something, then you should take it up with the work, the actual challenge itself. And that's along the lines of what I've been saying for the past 10 minutes, is that people, if you're going to argue against or for something, be competent in it. At the very least, analyze and examine it. And if you don't, then you don't have to. But don't argue about something that you didn't do it for. That's it. I can't say it more simple than that.
The word competent is being thrown around, and I question the competency with which people say they are challenging the consensus. That's my point. How do we
But
determine?
how will you know? How will you know? Okay, let me use. I'm gonna use Asar for this example with you, Cedric. You individually, how would you ever know, or how will you be able to rate Asar Imhotep's competency in historical comparative linguistics? How would you go about rating his competency?
I know how I would go about rating an actual linguist competency.
No, but I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about anybody else other than Asar.
I would rate him the same way that I would quantify somebody calling themselves Dr. Sabi.
No, I'm not. No.
You're asking me a question, right? You're asking me a question, right? So my first thing is, where did you study? What's your degree?
No,
okay.
Let me be clear about my question, though, because your first thing that you were saying kind of wasn't in line with what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, for a person like Asar Imhotep that we all know,
Mm-hmm.
how would you grade or come to some determination on how competent he is in the field of historical comparative linguistics? What would be your process?
What would be the
I'm gonna listen to
first
you.
question I'm asking him? Where did you study? What is your degree?
Okay, so hold up. Let's
Right,
pause
that's
there.
normally how you
Since
do
you
it.
pause, wait. Since you pause,
That's where we start, right?
Wait, okay,
And the answer would be
no,
no.
I got you.
So at that point, what I'm looking at you with wide, what?
Hold
Are
up,
you
but I don't
teaching-
want to go too
Are
fast.
you
Let's
gonna
deal with the
explain
first
me
two.
method? Wait. So
Okay, go
I
ahead.
just answered you. So
No, I
first-
know, but I'm saying I want to build. I don't want you to. I'm saying you said two things, and I want to build there, and then you can go to the next one. I don't want to. So you said the first thing that you would ask him was what? You said where's your degree, or do you have a degree? Was that, am I right?
Yeah, where you study? What's your degree?
Yeah. So you would ask. So that'd be your first step. So your first cause of action would be to ask Asar, does he have a degree in historical?
His qualifications.
Right, his qualifications. Okay. So for you, the qualifications is the first step, and then what? What's next?
Your qualifications, that's a step. So based
No,
on
I
your
know. I said what's
qualification,
after. What's
we're
after?
having a
Yeah, what's after that?
discussion. Based on your qualification, we're gonna entertain the discussion, yes or no, right? Because if you're gonna
Okay.
tell me if you're teaching me this is the method, I study this as a hobby, and this is the method. I'm with you. Okay, you're opening the books because you're a layman. You're opening the books. You're showing me, oh, this is how they do this. This is how they do that. Oh, I'm following you. Good, I'm with you. The moment you say, well, that's all wrong. This is, I get off the train. At that point, I
Okay.
get off
So
the
no.
train.
Okay. Wait. I'm trying to unpack what you're saying as you're saying it. So the
Hey, well, look,
qualifications
let
is
me
first.
go, bro. I appreciate you, man. I'm
All
go ahead
right.
and do my thing, man. Yeah,
All right. Peace.
shout out to the platform, man, and we always have healthy discussions, man. I like the way you put it today, man. We just not gonna agree on some things, and that should be okay. And the art of the conversation is alive and
Yep.
kicking. Appreciate you coming back to the community, man. It's been a breath, fresh air. You and Emmy Cat, man. I appreciate hearing y'all. So yeah, you know how we do
Yeah.
it around here, bro.
All right.
Seriously.
Peace.
All
Okay.
right,
All
all
right.
right.
Peace.
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 Uh. So, but Cedric. All right. So I'm trying to walk with you because I'm trying to find some agreement ground here. So your first thing with Asar or whoever, but we're using Asar for this example, is to ask them about their credentials. So credentials is definitely one of the top things that you are required. So let's say that person, Asar, doesn't have a degree in linguistics. Now go. What's your next thing?
What my next thing? What are we talking about?
No, I'm saying the same thing.
How
So your next
linguistics
thing
is
that you
how linguistics is executed? How the
no no
method and the scientific consensus is? Then he can explain me that. I can verify all that. I can go to the same books. I can read the. Oh yeah, yeah, yep, yep. He said, yep, yep. Can verify everything based on understanding the existing methodology, right? Because that's what he's explaining to me. Because he's a novice, just like me. So what he's going to refer to is the consensus, and this is how it's done.
but here's the thing.
Because
Even even even
without those credentials, we're not having a conversation about the scientific consensus being wrong. That's like that's like somebody arguing evolution that is not an evolutionary biologist or a geneticist
okay,
and trying to overturn evolution. I'm not going there with you.
okay, so I heard you on your point of departure because you first you said you jumped the train and now you said it again differently. But I'm just saying that to say that I get your point of departure, but I'm trying to walk with you prior to you departing. So if if a person doesn't have a degree, whether they have a degree in linguistics or not, they're gonna share information with you, whatever they share information with you on. If you are not grounded in that same field, then you're going to have to go elsewhere to confirm or to verify and do all this other stuff. Am I right?
Of course,
Even even if they have a degree, right?
of course.
Okay. No, I mean, you saying of course. I'm just trying to walk with you. I don't mean anything by what I'm saying. So, okay. So no matter if they have a degree or not, if they're a layperson or an expert, whatever that person tells you, you're gonna go and check it against something else.
No, see, this is the difference. The expert is going to be busy teaching me because they're an expert. They're going to be busy teaching. A layman like
No, but no,
myself
I'm
is going to
asking.
be a layman like myself is going to be referring to that specific expert and their work and read this from that expert. And the expert, that expert will simply be teaching. Why?
Okay, so here's my question to you, because I hear you. Here's my question to you. So, if an expert shares information with you, are you not going to check what they teach you? Because you use the word teach. They're going to teach you whatever they share with you, aka teach you. Are you just going to swallow it, or are you going to take what they taught you and then
There's
check it
two
against
different
something else?
processes that is taking place. And I can't be more clearer than that. There's two different processes that is taking place. The
I'm only
expert,
talking about
when
one
the
though.
expert is when the expert is teaching, they are teaching. There's read this, look at this.
I got
This
it.
is how
I got
God
it.
is done. They are the
I
expert.
got it.
They are teaching. The layman
I got
sitting
it.
next to me is referring to that particular expert that was teaching. That's a whole
No.
different process with
Okay, hold up.
two
This will be last thing.
distinct individuals.
This is gonna
So,
be the last
so
thing I'm saying, and then I'm gonna play I'm gonna play a video about this linguistic stuff. I'm gonna play this video, but cause we almost there. I want you. I promise you. I understand everything you're saying, but here's I don't think your answer. Maybe my question is not framed right. What I'm saying is, in your example, you're saying the expert, when the expert is talking to you, the expert is teaching you. Now, when you say the expert is teaching you, is the expert directing you to resource materials while they're teaching you, or are they just teaching you coming from themselves and only themselves, or are they directing you to some resource material?
my college professor taught me. He's standing there teaching. And
Mm.
depends on the subject. He's either producing material on the board or we're in the book doing the syllabus. Some of the books was written by that particular professor.
And some of it's not. Okay, so I'm trying to get a clear understanding of your
But
roadmap.
the layman sitting to me explaining me what he knows, what he understands, different
But I'm
level.
saying whether okay, but listen,
It is
whether
it
it's a
is
whether it's a
there's two
layman.
different processes. So
I
the
know, but
professor
let me get
teaching me
this out.
versus
No,
talking
but
to the layman is two
it's the
different
same
processes.
process. It's two different. It's the same process, but two different people because that's what this
No,
conversation
it's not.
is revealing.
No, it's not.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna show you. Let me show you how it's the same thing. Because if you're standing in front of an expert and you introduce the word professor, so a professor, expert, whatever, right? You're standing in front of the professor and he's teaching you whatever he's teaching you. I'm just simply asking you, are you going to take everything he's saying and just swallow it, or are you going to check it against others or other material outside of what the professor or expert is telling you and teaching you?
Depends.
That was my question.
It all depends. It all
Okay,
depends.
okay, I
What
got it.
is it?
I got your answer on that. So that depends. Now let's switch it to the layperson. So here's a layperson who in your eyes is not an expert. They don't have a degree in whatever it is that they're sharing with you. But now
So
they
they're
attempt
just
to teach you.
communicating. They're
So
just
now,
communicating.
no, I'm saying, but they're attempting to teach you
No, 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 no,
about
no,
the same subject. Wait,
no.
wait,
They are
wait.
communicating. They are
Okay, you can call
communicating.
it.
They are not in a position to teach. They are now communicating. So
Okay,
they need
okay.
to
So the
reference
professor's
every
not
source.
communicating with you. The
The
professor's not
professor is
communicating with you.
teaching. The professor is teaching. The other
Wait,
man,
teaching and
the
community
layman is just a communicator. You know, this is what the science says.
teaching.
This is what that book says.
Okay, all right,
This is the
all right,
reference you need to look at. And
all right.
this is how they're doing it. And the
Okay, I
professor
got.
is standing there, and the professor is, this is how we do it.
Okay, I got you. I mean, I
This
think.
is how they do it. And the professor is saying, this is how we do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna share
The
this.
person sitting next to me is not, he's not in a position to teach. He's in a position to communicate, share the information, where the
No, I see
resources
how
at.
you I understand. I get it. I hear you, and I see that you are classifying those two same events differently. That you're saying because the professor is a professor and he has a degree, you're labeling that a process called teaching. But if a layperson who don't have a degree and they do the same thing, you're not calling that process teaching. You're calling it something else. So I get it. I'm clear.
So
But I want to
when I'm
share.
speaking, when I'm explaining or talking about aspects of philosophy, I'm not teaching. I'm communicating that information because I'm not a philosopher or I don't have a degree in philosophy. I'm just, these are some points. Here's where you read that Stanford Encyclopedia. This is what the philosophers say. I'm not a philosopher, so I'm not
I
going to
got you.
argue
I
against the
got you.
philosophy as well, because I'm not in that
Okay.
position. This is
I
what
got
the
you.
philosophy is.
Not, I hear you loud and clear. The only I'm gonna play this video, but my last comment on what you just said. See, I don't have a degree in Egyptology. I don't even refer to myself as an expert. Uh, I don't refer to myself as that. But I definitely teach Sesh Netcher, the ancient Egyptian language, and the grammar and the writing system. I am a teacher in that, and I'm thorough, and I'm very good at it. So, based on your comment, if I were to deduce what you're saying and simplify it, it sound, even though you didn't say this outright, it sounds like you're saying that only a person with a degree can teach. I don't have a degree, but I am definitely a teacher in the ancient Egyptian language,
Look,
and I and other people who do have degrees will definitely vouch for that, because people who with degrees in this field are using my material to teach their students. So I just want to lay that out there, and let you know what it sounds like, the essence of what you're saying. If you don't have a degree, then you're not teaching. That you can't teach, because that's what it sounds like you're implying, and I could be
so
wrong.
so is there a college that I'm going to enroll in where you teach?
Nope,
Is it
not a
part of
not a not a
is
not
it
a not
part
an
of a
accredited.
degree program? When I'm
Nope,
done, do I have a certificate that I can use
not
as in
not accredited,
certificate?
not accredited certificate or degree. Nope. But I definitely teach the language, and I'm vouched for several times over by people who do have a degree. They use my material to teach their students. That's not even my students, and I teach their students too. When they come to the advanced level of the grammar, they come to me. So that's the position I'm in. I'm just sharing that with you.
Yeah,
But
like
no, but
I,
but but no,
I
I
understand your
don't.
position. I work with not teach metal net, for example. I work with dogs. Now I can train a dog, right? And to
You said a
full
what?
I
A
train
dog?
actually I work with dogs, for example,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So I can
I
train a
was
dog.
like, I thought you.
I can
Boy, it
listen.
sounded like you
I
said
can
something else.
train a dog full police certification, but and I don't have a I don't I'm not certified. So the dogs that I train, although they're just as good, they can't work for the cops. So I'm not teaching. I'm not I'm not providing them with a certificate. So I do this stuff amateurly, right? I do it amateur basis. I work with private clients for their own personal dogs. But to come out here and say, yeah, well, I train police dogs. Yeah, I can't say that now, can I? Although I
Nah, but
can,
I'm not.
but I
But
can't
see,
say that.
that that example would be analogous to me, as if I'm claiming that when I teach, and what comes out in the wash, I'm teaching people, and all of a sudden they're popping out as Egyptologists. That's not anything that I'm ever claiming. All I'm just making a factual, matter of factly statement that I don't have a degree in the Egyptian language or Egyptology as a whole. I don't have a degree, but I definitely am qualified and very competent to teach the language, and I've been doing so for over a decade, and I'm vouched for by people who do have degrees in the field. So much so that they use my material, and they're waiting for my grammar book, by the way, but they're using my material to teach their students. So I'm just laying that out, that maybe that's an exception, but I'm only saying it because of my understanding of your position, that in your example you gave with the professor versus the layperson, it sounds like you're saying that the layperson can't teach. They're just sharing, or however you classified it, but the professor is the one that's teaching. So that's what it sounds like to me,
Yeah,
and I'm not the
in
same.
terms of the necessity to verify the one versus the other, that was the position, right? Because I put these people on two different levels. That's just, and maybe because I come out of the academic rigor, that maybe it's because I respect what it takes to earn a PhD, right? Maybe that's why I can sit in a room, and as a matter of fact, I have sat in rooms. I do policy development, especially with the last outbreak we had. But I still, when I'm in these environments, based on where I am academically, there is certain amount of things I refuse to say, even though I know I'm credible in saying them.
Okay, and that's cool. That's how you operate, and I operate kind of similarly. Like, I don't argue about anything that I'm not competent in. You will not find me arguing with anybody if I'm not competent in said subject. I don't do that. Nobody's ever known me to do that. If you ever find me holding a position, pushing back, arguing, or whatever the case is, I'm definitely competent in whatever it is that the subject matter is. So when it comes to, for example, again, the Egyptian language, I'm very competent in that. I can teach that forwards and backwards. And I'm confident. That's why I said if you put an expert or who you view as a PhD or an expert in the field of Egyptology or even the more narrow Egyptian language or whatever, I am very confident that I can have a very good conversation with that person. And I'm guaranteed that I would be able to, if that was an issue, to be able to impress them. In fact, I've seen some of these interviews with Egyptologists, and the questions that I've seen that they ask, I'm like, nah, better questions. Like, you have to know it. Like, even if you're interviewing, you have to know enough about the subject to ask meaningful questions to get some really good information from these experts while you have them on your platform. And I haven't seen that. I've seen decent questions, but the questions could be a whole lot better. But let me get to this video. So let me just give a backdrop of this video. I haven't seen this video in a long time. So this video is coming from Asari Motep's channel, because as I said before, he's not able to make it onto the panel because he wasn't at his computer. But this is timestamped. So this is going to start at the issue about Greenberg. I'm not sure how long it is, but I'm just going to play it. It shouldn't be too long. That's 5 minutes?
1:30, I think around 1:30 something it starts at.
1:30. Okay, I think Asar gave me a timestamp of 1:20.
Yeah, put it at 1:20. I guess it probably has contextual matter, so we probably just need to play.
All right,
the
so
whole
I'm just
thing.
gonna play this. You can find it on his channel. You see the title. It's called "How to Critique the Critique." How to critique the critique, analyzing Dr. Cambone's critique on the origin of Amen. That's the title of the video, but I'm just gonna go ahead and play it, and we'll see what we get out of it. All right, where's the play button? All right, and right away, you all tell me if you can hear this, because I'm not sure if the volume is gonna be there.
Appealing to Authority Part 2. So the first part,
Yes, we can
I
hear.
hope I was clear on the issue in the first part. So, if you're going to appeal to authority, make sure that they're actually doing what you're suggesting. So it's notice, let's go back to the actual post by Cambone. Notice he doesn't give a page number. He just says Obinga 1993. So we're supposed to read the whole book to find out where he discusses Amen. And that's because, he couldn't put a page number because there was no place in the 1993 book where he does a systematic analysis where he demonstrates and proves the relationship between Amen and Black African languages. That wasn't his focus. So now we're going to part 2 of our critique. And so there's parts of the text, there's a whole section of the text of the editorial book critique made by Professor Obadeli Cambone, where he questions the training of Doctors Faraji and Dr. Issa, and talking about like they don't have any like linguistic training and stuff like this, and he's going to their websites and reading off their biographies, which is strange because they put their biographies and their histories in the origin of the word Amen book, and never do they claim, not once, that they are linguists. It is in fact the exact opposite. They put their biographies in the text to show you, what their contributions are to the text. That's why it's important to understand the makeup of the origin of the word Amen text. Kwame Osei wrote the pamphlet. He's the one making the linguistic arguments. Faraji and Issa are bringing the background of history and archaeology to the conversation, and their conversation is centered around those areas and talking about Kush and possible travel, the yellow now and migrations and stuff like that. That's their argument in the text. And I believe that they kind of re-emphasize that in their response to Cambon. And so there's a lot of wasted energy in the text, talking about them not being linguists when they never claimed to be linguists in the first place. And I don't know if Cambon really realizes, or if he just ignored it and chose not to inform the reader, that he knows that the linguistic arguments is Kwame Osei, and then the other aspects of the book is Faraji and Issa. And so if you didn't have that background, you're just reading the critique, you would think that, all three of them got together and made a linguistic argument and published the text, and that's not the case. Faraji and Issa do not claim to be linguists or have any linguistic training, and this was explicitly stated in the text. And so it's and Cambon has this habit, just in other experiences, of trying to sun people who don't have PhDs or masters or whatnot in linguistics, right? And from a recent conversation, he tried to do the same thing with Jean-Claude Mboli, at a conference that happened, I want to believe, in Ghana, but it was somewhere in West Africa that they both attended. And Cambon was trying to make arguments against Jean-Claude Mboli's work. And one of the things that he did, which he always does, is it says that, you don't have degrees in linguistics, right? But I find that funny when the main person who you recommended and tried to sun and shame against Doctors Osei and Issa and Faraji, he doesn't have a master's or a PhD in linguistics. And so, I get into this conversation a lot, and it just, because people try to use that against me. Oh, you don't have degrees in linguistics. What qualifies you to make linguistic arguments? If having degrees on the master's level and the PhD level is the requirement in this community to make linguistic arguments, then there's a lot of folks that people are using who don't have these masters and PhDs in linguistics. And so when we're talking about Theophilo Binga is very well educated, a very knowledgeable brother in multiple disciplines, but he has a master's in philosophy, he has another master's in education, and he has a master's in history. His PhD is in history, in humanities. He has postdoctorate certificates in studies in linguistics, in Egyptology, and the like, in philosophy and the like. His degrees aren't in linguistics. If having a master's and a PhD is the requirement for making linguistic arguments, then we would have to totally dismiss Dr. Theophilo Obenga, because he does not have those degrees. He has certificates, he has training, he has postdoc education, postmaster's education in it, meaning he took courses. It's the same thing in which Mboli did. Mboli is taking courses, not only in linguistics, in Egyptology, and continued in self-study. That's what Obenga did. The same thing with Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop has a BA in philosophy.
I just want to pause it. I hope everybody can still hear me, right? I want to underscore that point because it's not said enough that a lot of people defer to Dr. Theophilo Obenga, who is definitely highly educated, as Osar said, but he does not have a degree in linguistics. He's taken courses in linguistics issues and things of that nature, but so has Jean-Claude Mboli. Jean-Claude Mboli doesn't have a master's or PhD in linguistics, but he's taken courses in linguistics, just as Dr. Theophilo Obenga has done. So the logic is, if you're going to dismiss Mboli because he doesn't have a master's or a PhD, but yet he has training or taking courses in linguistics and Egyptology, if you're going to dismiss him, then the logic states, to be consistent with your logic, you also have to dismiss Dr. Theophilo Obenga. All right, so I hope everybody understands that. All right, I'm gonna keep letting it play.
Yeah, well, I'm
Philosophy.
jump out.
Okay, peace. Thanks for coming through.
He has 2 masters in chemistry, and his PhD is either in history or social anthropology. He studied linguistics. Matter of fact, is Lilius Holmberger is one of his first teachers in linguistics. Senghor was one of his classmates, I believe, in linguistics as well. But he doesn't have degrees. He doesn't have no masters or a PhD in linguistics. So we got to throw Diop away too, according to the logic of some folks in this community. And then we have individuals like Christopher Ehret, who all his degrees are in history, but he makes linguistic arguments. So we got to throw Christopher Ehret in the trash as well. And I've studied under people who've gotten PhDs under Ehret, as part of that Ehret school. And all the classes I take from them, even though we learn linguistic stuff, is history. They're all history. He teaches in the Department of History at UCLA. He doesn't teach in the linguistics department. But you're going to argue that he's not a linguist? Because he doesn't have the master's or the PhD in linguistics? Another individual, Dr. Roger Blinch. He's a major linguist who deals primarily with so-called Niger-Congo languages. But what is his master's and PhD in? Social anthropology. How does somebody from social anthropology be known as a linguist? Where do they do that at? We have to throw Roger Blinch out the window. Then, of course, we have good old Greenberg, Joseph H. Greenberg, right? And I love quoting this from Joseph Greenberg because people want to argue, that because Brother Asar Imhotep does not have a master's or a PhD in linguistics, that he can't make linguistic arguments and that you can't be considered a linguist. But then want to throw Joseph Greenberg into the picture. And, in 1986, he wrote an article called On Being a Linguistic Anthropologist. And in the text, he states, from the foregoing account, it should also be clear that I did not have any coherent training in linguistics. I became an anthropologist by training, but to a large extent, I made myself into a linguist. A paradoxal as it may seem, the absence of an organized program in linguistics turned out, I believe, to be an intellectual advantage. It meant that I had no fixed emotional or intellectual commitment to the structural approach which dominated American linguistics during the earlier part of my career. At Columbia, from the first, I gave courses in such topics as language and culture and linguistic field methods. At Stanford, I participated actively in linguistics activities. When I arrived, it was only a program without an undergraduate major, but it has since developed into a full-fledged department with an undergraduate program. From the beginning, I was a member of the program and later a member of both anthropology and linguistic departments until my recent retirement. I owe an enormous debt of intellectual gratitude.
Okay, sorry. I had to pause that because I want everybody to notice that when we get to the meat and potatoes on the bone, the meat on the bones, nobody's around. Everybody's vanished. And I know everybody literally didn't vanish, but the people that need to see this, they're gone. And so it's fitting because it fits with the rush microwave behavior, the impatience that people have, the fast tracking. I'm gonna just appeal to the experts, appeal to authority. I don't have to study anything. I don't have to read anything. I'm a label the thing that I should read as something negative and pseudo. Therefore, it would justify me not reading it, and I could just appeal to the authorities, appeal to the experts, and everything. It's all matching up. And so this was the issue. And I know Asar just said it on the video, on the audio, but I'm going to read it again. This is Greenberg saying. He said, it should also be clear that I did not have any coherent training in linguistics. I became an anthropologist by training, but to a large extent, I made myself into a linguist. I'm going to repeat that again. I became an anthropologist by training. That means he was trained to be an anthropologist. But when it comes to linguistics, he says, to a large extent, I made myself into a linguist. All right, that should be enough said. I really shouldn't have to play the rest, but I'm going to let it play and see, let us finish this point on the video.
To my colleagues in linguistics. In spite of this, I have always felt that I was an anthropologist whose specialty was linguistics rather than a linguist who happened to be an anthropologist. Right? And so what people don't understand is that while you can concentrate and get to degrees in linguistics, it is not necessary to do linguistic work. And people like myself who study Africana religion, culture, and anthropology and the like, we use linguistics as a tool to answer certain questions of history and psychology. And in all of these, where we're talking about Greenberg and Roger Blink in anthropology, Christopher Ehret in history, Cheikh Anta Diop in history, or Theophilo Benga in history. These are all tools that we use to answer questions of history and social anthropology. It does not require a PhD or a master's, although that would help. It is not a requirement. So we got to throw away all these individuals because they don't have PhDs and masters in linguistics.
All right, I think that's a good stopping point on that video because that was the point that was to be made. And the people that, again, the people that need to see that and hear that are no longer around unless they're just lurking in the chat. But that's the point. And this video, hold up, let me go to the date. When was this video done? This video is from, can I hover and see the date? I'm gonna have to shrink this back down. This video was done 2 years ago. It's almost 2 years ago. August of 2022. It was done August of 2022. So this is 2 years old. Prior to this, we also had this discussion in terms of Greenberg when Afroasiatic was being argued in the YouTube streets. So this stuff is being repeated over and over and over again. So just by a poll of the chat right now, because I know the chat definitely slowed down, but I'm asking you all in the chat, do y'all understand the point that's been made? Is this clear now? Yes or no? And if no, feel free to ask a question. And by the way, the link is still in the chat. But I want to know from you guys in the chat, was the point clear? Do you understand it? Do you get it? What say you? I see Jehudi said, "Let me send me that clip, please."
That's crazy.
Oh, I see Asar said, "Notice." He said, "Notice how everyone runs when evidence come out." Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying just now. It's the same thing. Saying the same thing. That is amazing. Now, one could say, "Hey, Wujao, you took a long time to play it, or whatever. You should have played the video earlier and whatnot." Well, Asar sent it to me. I had issues. I got kicked out, came back on here, and I didn't want to interrupt people that was talking, give everybody a chance. We playing it now. It's here. Now it's on this channel as a clip, but the full video is on Asar's channel. It's documented. It's there. It's in the archives.
Yep, I'm definitely going to timestamp this one on our channel. I'm gonna put that timestamp so we'll find it whenever we need it.
Yeah. So hopefully everybody gets it, and watch the whole video though, because the whole video is good. But I think that portion that I just played and where I stopped it at, that's sufficient for the situation that we were addressing in terms of Mboli. So just a quick recap. Dr. Theophilo Benga, Dr. Shekanta Diop, Christopher Ehret, Robert Blinch, and Joseph Greenberg. All those people that I named, and we're going to put Mboli in there. None of those people I just named, including Mboli, have a master's or a PhD in linguistics. They have a master's or PhD in something else, but they may have taken courses in linguistics and received training. All 5 of them that I mentioned, with Greenberg's own admission, he said he made himself into a linguist. But the logic, the point is that if you're going to use as a litmus and a requirement that somebody has to have a degree in linguistics to either do or teach or dare to challenge anything in linguistics, you have to have a degree to do that, then all the people I just mentioned, you got to put them in the trash. But nobody's going to do that. And what's going to happen is people are still going to defend it. As we see, people are going to defend it and say, well, Greenberg was an anthropologist. And in anthropology, linguistics falls somewhere under there, doesn't it? And no, whatever. They're gonna as the famous word is, they're gonna flim-flam you.
Yeah, we can say the same thing with Asa's study as well. I mean, Asa studies computer science, and linguistics fall under that too. So
Yes. Excuse me. I hope everybody got it. But I could see nobody else want to come on the panel. I think Mo probably fell asleep on us. Or she's sitting back doing something else, listening.
Mo is multitasking right now. I know it.
She's
But
multi.
Yep. Oh no, I was saying that I think we should play the other video because yesterday on Serial Killers, the whole thing about Negro Egyptian, the name itself came up, and also on this chat, it came up with a few people, including I think it was Fedi Kalunga and other people too mentioned the Negro Egyptian, why the name. And I know Ankh yesterday mentioned it as well, that he doesn't understand why used even after you explained the name having nothing to do with Obenga's use of the name, why Mboli used the name. Ankh did clarify that to him still, that the whole point of using a name while trying to fight a racist kind of thing did not make sense to him. So that was a contradiction on Asa's part. And I think the video that I sent with the timestamp actually should actually explain that, because Asa actually did tackle that issue on himself, and he put the video out as well. So if people missed it, they missed it. And if people don't pay attention on the name that Asa uses, they missed it. But I think we need to play it here.
Okay, you sent it to me?
Yes.
All
So
right,
it's timestamp as well.
Okay, let me play that. So, which one? The first one you sent me?
The last one at the bottom.
The last one. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second. We'll pull it up. And yep, it's right there on the spot, on the money. This is just putting it on record again on this channel. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna share it, and here we are. Share. Make it big. Close the chat and share. All right, so here we go. So I want everybody to listen up to this. So just to give a quick recap on the backdrop of this, the name. So just to give a quick backdrop on this. Theophilo Benga popularized the naming of the Negro Egyptian language family. Okay, and that naming convention for us in America, see, to French speakers, there's no pushback, there's no problem with that title. Nobody who's a Franco, French speaker and stuff like that, they're not crying and having spasms about the name Negro Egyptian and things like that. But here, that kind of causes confusion. It causes a little bit of eyebrow raising, and people are complaining about it. So, and it's understandable. So what Asar has proposed is a renaming of Negro Egyptian to Chiena Intu. All right, and so that's what we're about to listen to. It's gonna be real quick.
Where does Chiena Intu come in? So as I've stated before in previous conversations, Chiena Intu is my renaming of Negro Egyptian. And I renamed it because there were several issues with the label of Negro Egyptian. And so, as I stated in Allusion Volume 2, this is just a direct copy from the text. The first problem is the word Negro. So the word Negro is Latin for black, and color designations on scientific linguistic categories is problematic. One of the critiques of the Hamido-Semitic Afroasiatic language phylum is that it was essentially organized or conceived in part based on race. So we read from chapter 9. So I read y'all that citation from Greenberg's text, where they made the argument that Afroasiatic was started by Caucasian people. So there is no correlation between biological race and linguistic categorization. We cannot, on the one hand, condemn the formulation of Afroasiatic because of its racial component, then turn around and label a revised language family based on race. It's hypocritical. So I'm addressing the hypocritical labeling of Negro Egyptian by Obenga by renaming it Chiena Intu. Secondly, the word Negro is also a pejorative in English. So if you call somebody a Negro today, it would be seen almost as a cuss word, for a lot of us. So this is why, this label is problematic, especially for English speakers. And besides the issue that I named in the first critique, Negro isn't necessarily a pejorative in like the French speaking world, but it definitely is for a lot of people elsewhere outside of the French speaking community. So I had to find a label that was neutral enough but relatable enough to the data which these groups are categorized under. So Negro Egyptian is also confused with the actual Egyptian language. So when I would try to explain Negro Egyptian to people, they're thinking that this only applies to the Egyptian language. So if I, knock off the Egyptian, you can focus and understand it more so as a family, more so than the Egyptian language itself. Many readers introduced to the theory of Negro Egyptian believe that it simply refers to the ancient Egyptian language when it refers to a family-related languages, and it again is referring to a race when the label is supposed to be a scientific category. While we do agree that ancient Egyptians were indeed Black Africans in phenotype, culture, language, and temperament, using modern racial connotations, to be strictly scientific, we cannot categorize a language family based on the false taxonomic schema for biological human races. So the Chi-Bantu languages are closer to post-classic Negro Egyptian. Therefore, it is a better representative of the parent language that gave birth to both Bere and Beher branches of Chiena Intu. And this is a lot of stuff that I kind of explained in the text. But the Proto-Bantu is really Chiena Intu. And these branches, or pre-Proto-Bantu or Proto-Bantu, is from that these other languages derive. So Intu is a more appropriate label for the relationship between Chiena Intu and its daughter languages. And that is discussed. That is kind of beyond what we're going to discuss here. But this is exactly it's discussed in detail in the actual Allusion Volume 2 in the introduction.
All right, so that was a quick clip from Asar explaining. Now, mind you, what was the date on this video? Let me shrink it and put the date. This video was done 4 years ago. February 28th, 2020. So 4 years and a couple of months old. And I always like to put the time and dates on this because I want people to start to realize that nothing that's being argued and discussed today is new. Not only is it not new, but it's been addressed in the past, several years in the past. So I think what Jehudi Ma'at said in the chat, where did that go? I think this is appropriate because what I'm seeing is that a lot of people are repeating old arguments, not going anywhere with the arguments or anything, and dragging things along to produce content for YouTube channels. That's what I see happening. Cause for me to take over a year and a half break and then come back to the same stuff, and I can honestly say it's not even the same. It's actually worse than the moment that I took the break. It's worse. It's gotten worse. My expectation, my hopes was that everything will be better. People will be talking about some interesting things. The conversation moved forward. The needle moved forward a bit, but I was wrong, and it's very disappointing. And I've accepted it now. I've accepted it that it is what it is. So, just wanted to share that video of explaining that. But yep, Jehudi Ma'at though. Yep, I'm gonna send some video clips your way. The name, because recently people saying I got a problem with Negro Egyptian. Why would you blah blah? When it's explained 4 years ago. At least from Asar Imhotep's perspective, he proposed a name change and explained why it would be good to do so. So why people still complaining? As if that wasn't ever said. Then on the overthrowing the whole linguistic community, I honestly don't think people understand what it means to overthrow something and what's all involved and if it's even possible. So very quickly, I want to play for y'all something else, and this is a quick one. This is a quick one. I'm gonna show y'all this. This is crazy, but I want you all to share this. I want you all to check this out. It's called The Shortest Debate I've Ever Had. The shortest religious debate I've ever had. That's the title of this. And I want y'all to listen to it and watch this, and you're going to see why I'm playing this. Listen up.
You tell me what it is you actually want me to believe in. Like, you're obviously selling something. You're obviously wanting to change my point of view and change my belief system. I'm curious as to know what that belief system is.
We know that Jesus Christ, he lived and he died.
You
for
know.
us. What?
You know. Use the word know. As in you know without a shadow of a doubt. So there's no possible way you could be wrong. No possible way you could be wrong at all. Okay, conversation's over. Have a good one.
What was your name?
Great Square.
That was interesting. Ida?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just letting it play
Juices.
in case people want to see the words. Yeah. So, so there you have it. That was it. I just wanted to share that one. That was the shortest religious debate I've ever had, and I hope everybody got the point that the brother made. Very quick, nice, sharp point. If you come to a conversation where your mind is already made up, and there's no possibility that you could be wrong or change, then there's no need to have a conversation. And that's how people got to start treating people on these YouTube streets. That's why when people just push back for no reason on things and just be repetitive and redundant about that stuff, you got to just say, okay, to you be yours and to me be mine. That's it.
You know, you did that yesterday on Pseudo Killers. You did say, I forgot who you were talking to, but once you asked them the question and you realized that their mind is made up on reading the book, they're not going to read the book, and but and they're going to critique it, and they told you pseudo, bullies or not, and you were like, okay, next. But people didn't like that you said, okay, next. So that's how the conversation then grew, because it was like, how can you do that? That's disrespectful. But obviously the person's mind was already made up.
Right. Exactly. And people think of it as rude. That's what I'm saying. See, that's why I unapologetically call the community a conflict community, because conflict is the default setting in this community or in that community. That's what it is. Now, people may not like it if I describe it that way, but that's an accurate observation. Everything is about conflict. And I want y'all to notice that even the chat is not even scrolling fast right now. And when it was scrolling fast, it was people that was in conflict, taking an adversarial position or a combative position instead of finding the common ground first and then build from there. Not to say that everybody has to agree. That's crazy as well. But if you're going to have a conversation, you have to have a meeting of the minds first and then branch out from there. But people's default setting is to be combative, is to be adversarial, is to be in conflict. In the ancient Egyptian word is keftiu, an enemy, one on the opposite end. Opposition. The young generation call it ops. Everybody wants to, I'm gonna call it the op community. The ops community. That's a synonym for conflict community. Because that's how the young generation call them now, the ops. Everybody want to be an op. Not an app, but an op. And that's just how it is. And that's crazy to me. And I can understand if it's not crazy to other people. That's me. I see things the way I see it. I share it. You don't have to share my views, and that's perfectly fine. There's enough space. There's enough space on planet Earth for people to think differently. And that's what I was expressing tonight to Unc. I'm like, listen, we just different. You want to argue about something that you haven't read before by whatever means or reasons. I just don't do things like that. And I'm okay with it. And he's apparently okay with that. There's no need to bring it up again or anything. If I'm going to argue for or against something, you best believe I'm going to investigate and analyze it before I open my mouth. Some people don't do that. And that's okay. Everybody's not the same. It'd be kind of boring world if everybody was the same and did the same things anyway. So I get it. It's all good. So I think that was the last thing I want to share. I did want to share this, but I have to find it again. So MK, if you have something you want to say quick while I'm gonna mute myself. I just want to find this clip of this video.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have anything to say. I think everybody's clear on everything, so we don't want to hear about why you're using Negro Egyptian when you're trying to say you're fighting all this racist stuff and using racist stuff, because nobody's doing that. We don't want to hear about no Greenback didn't say this or didn't say that. We heard from the horse's mouth. So one thing I do suggest, though, like we always say, like check our archives. We got a video for everything. I would also say check Asar's archive. Put the link of his YouTube channel in the chat before, so just scroll up and find it, because there's a lot of stuff there. And he has even like crash courses on linguistics. So if people want to argue about linguistics or what Asar is doing specifically on whatever arguments that he has or proposals that he has, he even has on his website, I believe there's even, you can actually take a course, but you don't necessarily have to do it with Asar, because some people don't want to do that. but you can watch the videos for free. He does have all that going on in there. He has really good discussions, interviews with experts and all that kind of stuff. And if you want to know more about his training and all that kind of stuff, you definitely find it on his YouTube channel and on his website as well. So really, it's just good to, how people say you gotta have a literature review before you do something. Same thing goes for this kind of arguments, because you notice that all this stuff that's been brought up, everything that we've discussed on this channel, whether it's black land, land of the black people, and even the new stuff, the green bug stuff, people just resurrect stuff. I don't know why. Stuff that has been settled. So yeah, I think just keep up and then catch up. Keep up and catch up. That would be the new phrase. But let me scroll up and see if we have any questions. I don't think we have questions. They're probably questions from way before. Sat, this issue, can you bring up the website, the new AI for hieroglyphics reading by Google called Fabricas? Okay. Yeah, we can definitely look into that. I don't know if it'll be today, but yep. Zen did say, but seriously, every time there's traction, someone does something to make this argument go on for another 6 to 12 months. Pretty much. That's what people do. Content. Yeah, I don't think anybody has any questions. But yeah, for real, did everybody understand what Greenberg said about himself? Was that clear? So we don't want to say that. We don't want to hear if anybody didn't understand what he said out of his own mouth, let it be known now.
Okay, while we wait for that, I want to play this clip. So let me just set the clip up. So this clip is addressing an issue about how science is actually done. Okay, we have people that advocate scientific literacy, which is great. I'm one of those people. I like to advocate scientific thinking, scientific literacy, the scientific methods, and mathematics. I also advocate the knowledge of logic and reasoning and all that good stuff, because we got the domain of logic, which is math, and the domain of evidence, which is science. And the combination of the two is a beautiful thing, and I advocate that. Now, there's some confusion about how science actually works. And we should know that science is two things at one time. Science is a collection of tools and methods that are utilized in order for one to know when they know something. And I'm just making a summary statement with that one. So science one is a set of tools that one utilizes or use to know when they know something. So this includes the scientific method and all the baggage that comes with the scientific methods. Okay? Number two of what science is an accumulation of a body of knowledge that was acquired from the first meaning I gave. So it's a repository or an accumulation of a body of knowledge. Okay? And we want to expand and grow it at all times. All right? So with that in mind, how science works, how that actual scientific repository is grown, people are confused about it. People think that you can wake up, write a book, or write a paper, or get on YouTube and all of a sudden overturn something. That's the implied expectation that some people have, that something can be overturned. And there's a difference between popular consensus and scientific consensus. There's a difference between the two. So I'm gonna play this clip. This is a clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's my personal astrophysicist. But Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show, Star Talk, I would definitely recommend everybody subscribe and check out Neil deGrasse Tyson. He does an excellent job of explaining science things, especially in this field, in a layman's way, with all the bells and whistles, having fun with it and everything like that. But I'm going to play this clip, and they're interviewing someone, and they're going to discuss how to science very briefly. So just check this out. Let me get my sharing on. Oh, y'all can't see it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. There we go. So I'm going to play it. Matter of fact, Asar Motep played it on his channel as well. I'm playing it here right now, and I even probably play it again and other videos to drive this point home, because we have to understand and unconfuse the confused about how science works and how to actually science. We'll make science a verb. Do you science? But here you go. Just listen up.
Right.
And it literally blows your mind.
Many people who don't know the moving frontier of science think, and I think want to believe, that somehow we all sit around wanting to agree with one another.
Right.
But in fact, the advances come when someone says, I have an idea. Was it Isaac Asimov said that true scientific discovery is never eureka.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's, that's odd.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a little thing.
Totally.
And it's
Absolutely.
like, wait, that doesn't fit that.
Yeah. And I really appreciate what you're saying. I really feel that debate is not actually how scientists operate.
Oh, no.
They don't sit there trying to win an argument. That would be so
It doesn't make any
unscientific.
sense to do that.
No, not at all.
Wait, I have to underscore that. I have to rewind that back. If I was a DJ, how they said, rewind the selector. That was a poor impression of a DJ. But listen to this again.
Sit there trying to win an argument. That would be.
I didn't go back far enough. I probably went back too far. But anyway, listen again. I'm gonna force y'all to listen again.
Just a little thing.
Totally.
And it's
Absolutely.
like, wait, that doesn't fit that.
Yeah. And I really appreciate what you're saying. I really feel that debate is not actually how scientists operate.
Oh,
They
no.
don't sit there trying to win an argument. That would be so
It doesn't make any
unscientific.
sense to do that.
No, not at all. You
Yeah.
want to say, wait, what are you talking about? And
Basically, it's I call BS.
yeah.
That's really in a nutshell.
Right, and
Like,
that's
I
how-
call BS.
yeah.
And then you got to set about to prove it.
So, Janet, what I think you're saying is, the way I've described it is, two scientists in an argument, there's an unwritten contract between them.
Okay.
Okay? Either I'm right and you're wrong, you're right and I'm wrong, or we're both wrong.
Both
Right.
wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we can't agree at the end of that conversation, we do agree that more or better data will resolve it.
Right.
Absolutely.
And
In
that-
which case, you could both be right.
Well, so yes, so there are the rarer case where we're both right.
Right.
If in the classical example of the blind people touching an elephant, they give completely disparate accounts.
Right.
Okay, one is the trunk, one is the leg,
Right.
one is the toenails, one is the tail,
They each have a
one is
piece.
the tusk, and we can argue what the actual nature of that animal is, but at the end of the day, we're all correct because
Right.
it's all part of the same animal.
And then there's a bigger vision.
The bigger vision. So
Yeah.
the bigger visions are often very hard to reach, but that can happen, and it does. It can and does happen.
I totally agree with you. One thing that drives me a little crazy is when people say, oh, science is always overturning what came before completely and rewriting, so why should I believe it? And that's not true.
Yeah,
So
it's not only not true,
Yeah.
it's very false.
it's very false.
Very false.
So if we were logicians, we would care about that distinction. So if I look back at what Newton did, it is absolutely a part of the elephant, an excellent description of a part of the elephant that he was able to palpate at the time. Einstein comes along and it's bigger.
That's the one.
See,
that's
for you.
like a
That's the
SAT word
novelist
right
in
there. Right, okay.
So, Einstein comes along and has a bigger vision, but he absolutely requires of his work that it match Newton,
Yeah.
right? Not that it has nothing to do with Newton. Suddenly, when I pour my coffee, it doesn't go upward, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah,
it's
Einstein
cumulative.
enclosed Newton as a special
right, a
case
bigger view.
within a larger understanding of the world.
Yeah.
Right. It was not overthrown. It
Exactly.
was
extended.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right. We don't always anything that was experimentally determined to be true previously does not all of a sudden become false.
Right.
It becomes embedded in a deeper truth.
Yeah.
And that's true even when you look at continental drift, which famously had delayed acceptance among geologists. All the while they're still trying to understand volcanoes and they're still trying to and so they're coming up with local accounts for what would happen in a volcano.
Right.
When they had continental drift, that just attached to the continental drift. And there's a lot of that science that was completely portable into the new idea that the surface of the Earth moves within itself. So,
All right. So hopefully everybody enjoyed that clip. So that was a great clip. So for y'all want to see the whole clip, that was on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson's channel. Check it out yourself. So I suggest you subscribe to it. He's definitely my favorite scientist, though. Definitely, because I like his work. I definitely support his work and his engagement with the public when it comes to science and things. He's kind of in a background position now, like he's doing these Star Talks and things like that, whereas before he was doing conferences, he was hosting and chairing deep discussions and scientific conversations and things like that. I don't see him doing that as much as he did, but anyway, that's a hat off to Neil deGrasse Tyson and this guy, what's his name, Chuck. Because they do a good job together pairing off. Got a comedy and humor in there. But the point, though, of that clip should have resonated with everybody who's still with us, hanging out and checking it out. That something that has been experimentally already verified and proven does not all of a sudden stop being proven and become false. It usually is portable and attaches to a larger and more deeper truth. And that was one of the points he made. Another point before that, the lady made, was that debating is not sciencing. She said that is anti-science. Science is not advanced through debate. Science is the domain of evidence. Put up, like, demonstration beats conversation. That is applicable to science. Either you can demonstrate it or you can't. Don't even talk to me. You don't have to talk. Demonstration beats conversation. Now, to plug this into today's conversation, when it comes to, because when the word overthrow is being invoked today and yesterday, it was in relationship to linguistics. For example, so if you hear what he said, that something that has been experimentally proven, it doesn't all of a sudden the next day or whatever become unproven. It becomes portable and attaches itself to a deeper truth. So here's the thing about some of the linguistic issues that have been going on for in recent years. When it comes to the African languages, the groupings of these African languages, there's a lot of African languages on the continent. The groupings of these languages into these 5 file folders, these macrophyla: Afroasiatic, Khoisan, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and I know I'm missing one. But they're 5. And if you were to, so the issue is that what produced that grouping, that classification of grouping those languages into those major groupings, what the issue is that process to do that was not done based on the actual method to determine genetic relationships between languages. The scientific method to do that is the historical comparative method. The historical comparative method was not used in coming up with those 5 language phyla. So going back to what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, a theory or what have you that has been tested and proven does not all of a sudden become false. When it comes to the linguistic part that I'm saying is that the hypothesis itself for these 5 language phyla was never proven utilizing the historical comparative method in the first place. Okay, the 5 are Niger Congo, Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, Khoisan. Is there a 5th one? Or am I tripping? Okay, I want to say 5, but I can only think of those 4. So maybe it's just 4. So excuse me if I may have misspoke. But the point is that those groupings, those major groupings, and it's a whole ton of languages up under each one of those, right? Those groupings were not determined by the historical comparative linguistic method. It just was not done. That's the point. And we've had these conversations, and the best way I can explain it is using biological, biogenetics. Biogenetics. So here's the example I always use. If you take a room full of people, let's say 100 people in a room, take 100 people, you put them in a room. 50 people have on green shirts, and the other 50 people have on red shirts. Let's make it red and black. So 50 people have on red shirts and 50 people have on black shirts. Now, on the surface, typologically, on the surface features, I can look at the room full of people and I can say, hey, you guys over here to the right, you 50 people over there, you all are related. And to my left, you 50 people, you are related. But what do I mean by related? I only mean that they're related in the sense of the fact that they have on the same shirt, the same color shirt. So those 50 people are related only in the sense that they have the same shirt on, same color shirt. And likewise for the people on the left-hand side, the 50 on the left. If I make that statement and say, hey, you have identical shirts on over there and you 50 over here have identical shirts. If I put a period on that and I make that statement, there's nothing wrong with that statement. That is a true statement. But if I overextend it and say, hey, because you all over here have on black shirts, you 50 people, because you have on black shirts, all of you all are genetically related. Y'all are all family, biologically related. Now, if I make that claim, I am absolutely wrong. Why? Because I haven't done anything to determine their genetic relationship. I haven't swabbed their DNA. I haven't examined or analyzed their DNA to make that determination. All I have is a superficial surface view of the black shirts that they have on and say, based on the black shirts, y'all are all grouped together. That is in a nutshell what the 4 language phyla, I said 5 before, and I believe it's 4 because I can't think of a 5th one right now.
I was looking into it. I think it's because some people either mention the 4 major ones that you mentioned, or sometimes there's the Kordofan, but the Kordofan, sometimes people link it with the Niger Congo.
Okay, so that's fine. So we're going to go before. So, but the point is that's how these 4 macro groupings were achieved, through mass comparisons and typological analysis. It wasn't done in the genetics of these languages, which is only teased out through the historical comparative method. And I hope I'm making myself clear. Because I've said this years ago. Asar says it till he's blue in his face. I've said it. I've said it on different channels. Back on our Raw Squad channel, we would talk about and discuss these things. In fact, when I would say it, I would actually have pictures. I got a whole slide, a couple of slides that demonstrate this. I had pictures of people with these shirt colors on. But do y'all get that? Give me some feedback in the chat real quick. Do y'all get that point? Was that a simple enough explanation? It should be. And I know there's a delay, so I'm gonna keep on talking, but I'm just gonna check out the chat and then we're gonna get up out of here. It is almost 2 a.m. and I don't see anybody really people just kind of hanging now, which is cool and I really appreciate it. But I want people to understand these points. If anybody have a question, throw it in the chat. All right. Ramses said Neil is anti-African. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, Greenberg trained himself. He said he made himself into a linguist. Yes, indeed. And I'm not saying it as a negative thing. It's just that people are using it, are like not. Yeah, people just don't get it. I don't see any other questions. I'm surprised Sat 12 is not still hanging in the chat, throwing questions out. Sat 12 usually has a lot of questions, but I guess not, unless I'm lagging behind.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat. I did put it before, but I'm putting it at the end of this video because there was that discussion of ChatGPT and it being compared aced the MIT exams, and it beat 90% of the trainees, and so it was being compared its smartness with 90% of the trainees that were done. But Sean did put give us a link earlier today, and it was actually, the link is it's a news article from yesterday, and they did actually find that finding that actually went viral on the internet, and people use that for ChatGPT, specifically ChatGPT, the GPT-4 model. That actually wasn't the case, obviously, because the trainees that were used were actually, it wasn't what people thought it was. So I just put the article there for people to read. To read that. That's just an update, and this is how this kind of stuff goes. So that's more up to date on that particular viral media hype that went around that people use, and it was actually mentioned a couple of times in our chat today, but just putting that there.
All right, cool. So it is a question. iSonic, I think I'm pronouncing that right. iSonic or iSonic. Woo, my brother, why don't you see the diversity of Africa and its timeline? You support Bantu Sumerian, or his question, do you support Bantu Sumerian? So the first question is, why don't you see the diversity of Africa and its timeline? I'm not sure where the question is inspired from, but I'm not sure, I get maybe the first time you and I interacting with each other, but I absolutely support the diversity of Africa, and all of its people, all of its different cultures, all of its different languages, and the whole nine. Like, there's nothing that you will ever hear out of my mouth that will ever imply that I don't. So that's why I don't know where that question could possibly come from, unless this is the first time that we're engaging each other. And that's cool, but Africa is a very diverse place. It's the most diverse place on the planet in terms of languages, cultures, peoples, even on a genetic level. All right. So yeah. Now to your second point, do you support a Bantu Sumerian? I'm not sure quite what you mean by that. If you're talking about the Sumerian language and the family of Bantu languages, if that's what you're talking about, or you're talking about the what's referred to as Bantu people and the Sumerian people, or what have you, so you got to kind of clarify that second one. But yeah. As far as diversity, yeah, I'm total support. In fact, I advocate that because I don't like it when people treat Africa like it's a country. And we all have to admit, in the United States, us here, I'm not sure where you are, Isonic, but in the United States, when people talk about Africa, if you listen to how they use Africa in sentences and stuff, people talk about Africa as if it's a one homogeneous country and not a big continent full of diversity, and would it have 54 countries on it with different languages, different ethnicities, and everything like that. The way that we talk about it in the United States, we talk about Africa like it's just one thing, and I can't stand that. So I'm all for the diversity. So, hopefully that answered your question. Okay, said, bro, question is from Afro-Asiatic language and how you disagree. Oh, if you're asking me about Afro-Asiatic language, well, firstly, Afro-Asiatic is a family of, is a phyla. Okay, so let's make that clear. It's not the Afro-Asiatic language, like as if there's a single language called Afro-Asiatic. It's a language phyla and phylum, and so it's a bunch of languages that are grouped under there. So the part that is of contention is that it goes back to what I said before. The Afro-Asiatic, the Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and the Khoisan groupings were not done so by the historical comparative method. And it is that method, this is important, it is that method that is the method to determine genetic relationships between languages. As a biological analogy, it's the same as sequencing people's genomes to determine relationships between human beings. If you don't do that, then you can't determine a relationship. Everything else is superficial. People could be of the same shade of skin color, and you could base it on that. Well, because you're brown and you're brown, you must be related. No, that's not how that works. I have to actually sequence your genes, swab you, examine your DNA, then I could determine if you're related to the other person. It happens all the time. Paternity test. You are not the father. Or whatever the case is. If I don't do that, I can't make those determinations. So that's the thing with these language phyla that people are so used to. It just wasn't done that way. That's just it. There's no getting around that. There's no getting around that. Now, things are being worked on. Obviously, linguistics, just as science is always, improving. It's all people are always at work and doing X, Y, and Z with it and stuff like that. But now, when Greenberg set that classification up, it wasn't done by. It's not a genetic classification. It's a typological one based on mass comparisons and ... All right. So what else we have here? Am I missing something? Yep, he said Africa's a continent. Absolutely, Africa is a continent. That's it. But I'm gonna say this: I sound a lot of. See, I don't know where you're from. Where are you? Are you in America? Are you in the United States or are you abroad? And I know there's a delay, but if you're not in America, I'm just letting you know you can ask anybody that's in America. I'm telling you, the way that people talk about Africa in America, they talk about Africa as if it's a country. Even though they don't literally say that, but you just listen to how people discuss Africa. They discuss it as if it's a country. You know? And I know people on the continent don't do that. People on the continent, they identify national-wise with the country, and then the next level down, they'll identify themselves with their ethnic group, or AKA tribe, and then within that, they may identify as a clan of a tribe. So you got all those layers. So in Kenya, for example, somebody will say, "I am Kenyan." They will say they're African by virtue of the continent, but then below that, they'll say, "I'm Kenyan." Then below that, they may say, "I'm Luo," or "I'm Maasai," or "I'm Kikuyu." That's how it's done. But over here in America, Africa, 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 Africa. Africa, 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 Africa. African spirituality. What? As if there's one African spirituality. There's different traditions, different things, the way people do stuff. Now, even if there's some similarities, but it's different. Igbo, Yoruba, two distinct groups of people. Even if they look alike, even if they're in part of the same genetic population or genetic pool, they're still distinct people as a people. So anyway, but that's that. I'll keep going down. Astro 87 says Swahili has some Arabic loan words. Could Asar be confused between borrowed loan words? Astro, in the processes that's involved with the historical comparative method, there's some safety nets set up within that process that allows you to rule out chance lookalikes and borrowings and things like that. So, in case you didn't know, that's part of the work. That's what you want to eliminate. You want to eliminate chance lookalikes, borrowings, and things like that. So there are procedures that you follow, to kind of tease that out and rule those things out. All right. Okay, Isonic says it's not a language. Okay, I'm not sure what that's continuing for. If you're talking about Bantu, yeah, Bantu is a group of languages for sure. Swahili is a Bantu language, Chiluba, etc. Right, I'm just going down the list, y'all. I saw literally 10 young African women the other day in short shorts. I mean, Oh, Ramza, what kind of conversation you Ramza, what kind of conversation you having? Woo, us on the continent see the diversity. I'm glad. I'm glad. So that means, okay, so you're on the continent. All right, cool. That's it. I'm glad. And see, what I also advocate and promote is that diversity needs to be respected. Like, that's why I am anti the country of Africa, like the way people talk about it as if it's a country. I'm anti that. I think the diversity is a beautiful thing. It's natural and it needs to be respected. Yep. So I'm just telling you my position on all these things because I think it's my first time interacting with you, Y-Sonic or I-Sonic. Alexa, do you study the Proto-Sinaitic alphabet and how it derived from Latin alphabet? Yes, I did do some studies on that. Oh, you said, wait, how it derived from the Latin alphabet? Nah, you kind of threw me. You kind of took me back a little bit because the if I understand, if you're talking about the same thing, I think you're talking about in the deserts in the eastern deserts of ancient Egypt or Egypt, where you find these early forms of Proto-Sinaitic? Is that what you're talking about? Just kind of clarify that for me, and then I'll come back. You said Latin alphabet. How was derived to the Latin alphabet? Okay, I got you. Yes. Sorry, I did not read your question. When we said derive, usually people say derive from. You mean how it evolved into the Latin alphabet? Yeah. Yes. Matter of fact, there's a good book called, what is it called? I have to look for it. There's a good book to get that talks about writing developing in Mesopotamia, writing developing in the Nile Valley, and even what you're talking about, the Proto-Sinaitic alphabet. It's something with the word writing in it. It's a good book to get. I'm gonna find it before I get. I'm just trying to catch up with these comments. Okay, so Isonic says, I speak an Afro-Asiatic language or two and genetics as well. Okay, which languages do you speak, Isonic? Just want to know. Do you understand E1B1, a split timeline, and its subgroups? Yeah, but now, that first of all, the answer is yes. But I want this to be made clear that a genetic population does not equate to a speech community. You can't look at somebody's genes and tell what language they spoke. So I stay away from mixing those two kinds of conversations. We can talk genetics, we could talk human populations and migrations and stuff like that, and we could talk about speech communities and languages and things like that. We could talk about that, and we can kind of juggle and how one can help to inform the other. But what we definitely should stay away from, and I encourage everybody to always stay away from trying to mix the two. All right, definitely have to mix the two. The earliest known abjad in the world is the Phoenician alphabet. We'll be careful. I'm thinking you're acting and putting Africans in a book. Okay, I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, I sounded made it clear. He said, I'm not American at all. He's like, no, don't put me in there at all. Okay, I realize you're on the continent. I am East African born, Canadian educated. Okay. All right. Are you in Africa now? Like, are you in an African country now, or are you in Canada? That's my question. So you agree Afro-Asiatic languages share root words? Oh, you asking me, do I agree Afro-Asiatic languages share root words? Yeah, some of them do it. Because remember, Afro-Asiatic, under Afro-Asiatic you have Semitic. And so the Semitic languages, plural, definitely share roots. So I don't have any. Yeah. So the answer is yes. But again, the Afro-Asiatic phyla has not been. That wasn't determined using the historical comparative method in the first place, though. But yes, what's being called the Semitic, you have Arabic, Hebrew, what's another one? Let's just take Arabic and Hebrew. Those are clearly proven to be related languages. So on the micro level, there's some work that's been done. It's easy. Not Amharic, but what's another? Aramic, Hebrew, Aramic, Syriac, Arabic, Akkadian. These are Semitic languages, and you have some definite common roots. Let's see. I'm trying to keep on going down, going down. Sonic said Kenya got Bantu and Cushitic plus Nilotics, bro. Bantu came during expansion. Well, Kenya has Luo people. Kenya has Maasai people. Kenya has Kikuyu people. So we have to be careful of naming the distinct group of people versus naming them based on these unproven language phyla. You know, so we have to just be mindful of that. So, you know, Kikuyu is, I believe, is considered a Bantu language. Am I right, Emiket?
2.
Okay, Kikuyu is a Bantu language, but Kikuyu people live right next door and among pretty much Luo people, and Luo is considered a what? Nilo-Saharan language, right?
Yeah, Nilotic, yes.
Or Nilotic
Yeah.
language. But they live right there.
Yeah,
And
and Maasai too, same Nilos, and Kikuyus living close to that too as well.
Mm-hmm. So we just gotta respect all these things. You know? I'd rather call a Luo person Deluo. They speak Deluo. That's it. Okay, Sonic says, I disagree on some points, but I appreciate you and can learn some stuff from you. Respect. Okay, respect. I appreciate that. Yeah. You know, people don't always agree and people don't always disagree, but it's good to find what we can agree on and then build from there. That's what I like to do. I like to, my default setting is to find what you agree on. That's just how I grew up. You don't build off of a disagreement. You build off of what you can agree on first and then work out some kinks and grow from there. That's how it should be done. That's the only way anything can be built. I'm going down. Alexis says derived to Greek, Hebrew, and Latin. Okay, yeah, but Alexis, just keep in mind, and I think you definitely understand this, that you're talking about script. You know, the development of the script itself, not the language, not the languages. So yeah, as long as we have that understanding, that's it. Yep. And the reason why I point that out, Alexis, not to say you said any of this, but it's important because in my experience, whenever I used to bring up Coptic, people don't see Coptic as an African language. They view Coptic as a Greek language because Coptic, even though it's an African language, it uses the Greek alphabet. And so because of that, people tend to think of it as Greek or non-African. Like Coptic is not an African language. You know, I used to hear people say that. And Coptic definitely is an African language. Same thing with Kiswahili. Kiswahili uses the Arabic script to write it, but it's not a Semitic language. All right, so you know, I'm saying it to say there's a big difference between script and language. Like English, we use the Latin orthography. We use the Latin orthography for Spanish, but English is not a Latin language. English is a German language. It comes out of German grouping. What else? Alexis says, I'm so jealous of people who can speak different languages. I feel robbed growing up in America. They teach us the vowel sounds incorrectly. Yeah, you definitely have to learn another language. I'm with you on that. And I will currently, by this time next year, I'll be able to speak to y'all in fluent Kiswahili. Yep. He says Maasai are a mix of people.
No, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I don't know.
They have to expound a little bit.
Well, Sonic, just in case you don't know, I'm going to introduce you to Emiket, who's on the panel. She is born and raised in Kenya, and she's a a Deluo speaker, plus a Kiswahili speaker, plus some more other language speaker, and she's of the Luo people, and she lives right there, or lived right there next to the Kikuyu, Maasai, and what was the other?
Definitely
Close.
Luhia people are
Luya, there
more
you go.
closer
There.
to us. It's a Bantu
Yeah.
language, but yeah. But we call with they're so close. We call them our in-laws because they're so close that we've always intermarried. So we are in-laws, even though it's a Bantu and Nalatic.
All right, in-laws, the in-laws there, and a lot of people. Correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of people, in a lot of Luo people speak both the Luo and Kiswahili, right?
Yes, by default, everybody in Kenya speaks their language, their mother tongue, and then Kiswahili, which is the national language.
Okay, cool. Hey, Asonic, I'm with you on that. He said, I want us to stop that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. The way I see it is that I think that everybody needs to take up their own agency, and everybody has a right to define themselves, and we don't need external people trying to define other people. That's everybody has a natural given right to identify themselves how they want to be identified as a collective and to express that. And I think for far too long that through colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade and all this other kinds of things, even prior to that, you had people who feel privileged to name everybody else what they feel like they should be named, and so on, and kind of force it on them. And that's called an exo process, like an exonymic. They name people instead of finding out what they call themselves and then using that as a designation and allow them to express themselves accordingly. So yeah, I know the fight against colonialism, even though independence has been fought pretty much throughout the continent. But just because the independence is there currently, it's the mindset, it's the influence over the years that still have to be worked out and pushed back. So I'm with you on that. I'm going scrolling down, just trying to get through. I think I'm at the bottom. Okay. Asana says, "Woo, it's objective definitions. We can recreate 1+1 at the end, built with North and East Africa. Don't tell them they are invaders, because some don't want to respect West and Central Africa history." Okay. I think I follow what you're saying. Yeah. But I think overall we definitely in agreement. Like, I said, I respect the diversity on the continent. I think that it needs to be emphasized more than it is. I think people in the United States need to stop talking about Africa as a single country, because it's not. By far, it's not. And now I know why we do that, though. I know why we do it, and like especially for African Americans, we tend to look at Africa and speak about Africa as this one entity thing, because as African Americans, our links have been broken, and we don't know exactly which diverse group of people that we come from specifically. We have a general idea, so we say, okay, most African Americans come from West and Central Africa, primarily West Africa, or we say West and Central Africa, but then that's still generic and broad. So it's like, all right, well, there's a lot going on in West and Central Africa, so what's up with that? So we tend to, because of the broadness, we tend to just look at all of Africa. All of Africa as this one thing. But I think that's it. It's we got 2 minutes. Any last remarks from the chat? Got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Well, I appreciate everybody tuned in for this long. We've been for 5 hours. That's crazy. But it's Saturday night, and we can hang out. We should do this more. What I will be doing on this channel, I'm going to start again. I'm going to start, giving quick lessons on the ancient Egyptian language. Okay. So I'm going to have like quick public lessons on the ancient Egyptian language in terms of some of the fundamentals and basic things. So if you're interested, just, subscribe to the channel, stay tuned in. And if you want to take it further, go to sableuniversity.com and you can sign up for the beginner's course. Now, I haven't been advertising it. I've been on a hiatus for over a year and a half. And even now that I'm here, I still haven't advertised it. And tonight, right just now, is probably the first time you hear me even advertise the beginner's course. But I'm going to start advertising it because we're going to dive into that a little bit more heavily now, because I'm going to be working on publishing a grammar book in the future, in the near future. I've already started on it, but I'm picking it back up and I'm moving forward with it. So I'm definitely that's part of the project that I'm working on. So in doing that, it's fitting for me to jump into the language full steam, going hard in the paint, as they say. So if you're interested, even if you already have beginners level information, even advanced, if you just want to refresh on some things, you can sign up for the class, or just stay tuned, on our channel. When we go live, we're gonna be talking about some Egyptian language stuff, with the writing system, some basic things, even some more advanced grammatical issues. All right, we're gonna discuss different constructions, genitive constructions. What does it mean? The two different types, direct, indirect. We could talk about all the way down to the morph level, how and why, singular in terms of number, singular, plural and dual. Those different numbers, grammatical category of number. Then we have gender, feminine, masculine. Then all the different word classes. Of course, you got substantives, adjectives, adverbs, verbs, prepositions, all those good things, how they're constructed, when concord is used, agreement, syntax on the syntactic level, nested syntax. We get into all of those good things. All right. So definitely stay tuned, because we're going to, have these quick little lessons on stuff like that. All right. So I think that's it. Last thing. Oh, no, it's Emicat. Do you mean if I see the differences between Kenyans themselves or between Kenyans and West Africans, I can tell the difference on both? Okay. So Emicat just asking that question. All right. Respect to everybody. And I'm going to say, Shem Hotep, and I will see you all next time. All right, and those who are enrolled in the class, I'll see you all tomorrow, because we have an actual class tomorrow. All right, so I'm gonna say peace.
Go to chemist school, you became more alert. You wake up, your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. So the most achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.